Greetings, chess players, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the inaugural Mission 360 Bay Area GM Invitational Norm Tournament. My name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings, and I am joined today by FIDE Master James Eade. He's going to be helping me break down all the ideas behind the moves of these impressive players. Good morning, Jim. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Super. I'm excited about this Monday morning. I've seen almost all the games, and I've watched them all, even if I'm not broadcasting. Have been, all the rounds have been very exciting rounds, and almost all the games have been as well. A lot of really fighting chess. The players are putting on quite a show for us.
This has been fantastic because points are at a premium and they're all out to win. And that makes for exciting chess. Round 5 was unusual that we only had a result. But it was interesting that it was them beating who has I get his rating up to so that was
And
a
that,
blow.
yeah. And then Eric Lee had a nice game in the last round. I was happy to see that. He's also trying to get his. I'm trying to get my other computer. We just heard it. Get my other computer going. While that's loading, I'm going to go ahead and go to the browser window. Watch this. And of course, the browser window I want's not there right now, so let me fix that before I jump over. And we'll take a look at the cross table and set the scene for what we're going to see today. All right, so we are in the browser window. Let me scroll down. This is Daily Chess Musings. And there's the Eade Foundation. I really like their logo. It's pretty cool, Jim. You should tell the people in charge. Chess Musings blog. And let's go ahead and enter the free raffle if you're following along at home. Got like 2 days left before I give out some gift certificates for chess equipment. And here is the here is I brought it up. So Grandmaster Jinchao Zhao has 4 points in 5 rounds. So he came from China on a mission to do some damage at this tournament, and he certainly has. Then we've got Balaji Dagupati, who is an international master. He's at 3.5 out of 5 right now. So he's on his way to getting his last Grandmaster norm. And that would be exciting because that would happen on Tuesday evening show officially. If you want to see the birth of a new Grandmaster happen, then you're going to need to watch Jim's show. And that is at the Eade Foundation. And then, let's see, Raja Penjwani is doing well as well. He's also an international master. Could get a Grandmaster norm out of this. 3 points out of 5. And then we've got Robert Shlyatenko with also 3 points out of 5. Gabor Nagy, Grandmaster, 3 points out of 5. And then we've got Eric Lee, 2 points out of 5, which is a good performance for the. Can you get that on the thing for me, please? Is a good performance for Eric Lee. He's a FIDE master, so he could possibly get a IM I am Norm, and that would be exciting. But he needs to get his rating a little higher too. I think he's at 2398, and the line is 2400. So there's a couple things that Eric Lee's hoping for in this tournament. Now I mentioned that Tuesday evening is round 9. So the schedule, let me bring it up real fast. The broadcast schedule, here it is. We are in round 6 right now. This is round 6 coverage. It is Monday, March 28th. Round 7 is going to be done by David Pruis at 4 p.m. And there's his link to his Twitch. It's D Pruis. If you just want to type it in. Or hello, young gun. Nice to have you on board. Thanks for stopping in. Or you can go to Daily Chess Musings and click on it. He's going to also do round 8, which is Tuesday, March 29th so this time tomorrow, David Pruis. And then this round, where I think Jim's going to be able to officially announce a new Grandmaster elect on his show. That's going to be broadcast round 9, Tuesday, March 28th, 4 p.m. at the Eid Foundation YouTube channel. And Jim, later on today, go ahead and set up an event, on YouTube. A broadcast event. They allow you to set up a screen ahead of time and let people know. And I will go ahead and put that on my blog and share the heck out of it. But even just with the 1,000 or so people who are going to be stopping by the blog, I want them to see that. And you guys can preemptively go over there and give Jim a follow anytime you like. All right, so let's get back to he just crossed. He's only got you've only done. I looked at it, Jim. You've only done 70 something videos, and they're all fantastic. And you have 200 subscribers. So it's like you're getting over 200. You're getting about 3 subscribers per every video you put out, which is just huge. I mean, you're growing crazy, and this next broadcast is going to be a very exciting one. All right, so here's the tournament slideshow. So the players can see, or the viewers can see the players that we're talking about. And Jim, do you have the tournament on your computer?
Yes, I do.
Great, I have it.
All the games.
I have it on mine as well. Let's go ahead and check in on Balaji, Josiah Stearman versus Balaji Dagupati. And
this is a wild game.
Why is this stuck up? Hang on one second. I'm having a... You know what? I'll get it started. I don't know why this is... There we go. Ah, I think one of the buttons on my old mouse was stuck down. I think that's what it was. Okay, go ahead and take us through.
All right. We want to start from the beginning?
Absolutely.
Okay. White is starting classically with e4. It occupies one center square and attacks another. Classical start to the game. c5 is the Sicilian defense, so it's offering to trade a wing pawn for a center pawn. As much as white did. Strong counter-attacking system of defense. So knight f3 is the normal response. Variation of the Sicilian quite often. E5 and central squares, but it does open a line. So we move. is the traditional response to try to gain. Black gets his way. A wing set takes. C3 is guarding the E pawn. White, you're really forced to capture the D pawn, because then queen takes queen, king takes queen, and black loses the opportunity to castle. So, but white's idea is, okay, I'm going to play E5 now. And look at that square D6. All of a sudden, D6, or the D7 pawn is back open file. And if I say game advantage and because it's my pawn structure optimal.
If white did take, you would go with the C pawn to recapture, Jim. So you don't have an extra pawn island.
Yeah. Center.
Yeah.
Right. About instead of just better pawns, easier to, and you're going to playing D6, so it's not for white to capture that knight. Instead,
yep.
And you're good for my knight, or you can leave my knight there. Now, then your knight on D5. I can try that. Really move and start giving up that B2 pawn. So it's a good move. It activates the rook. And white says, yeah, you're right. C4 though, I'm going to drive away your knight on D5, and I'm going to be stuck with that, or have the knight on E4, which is very powerful. And your corresponding knight on D5 can't. I'm going to, you can't now D5 or D behind C4. It's away the option of playing C3. He says, hey, that. So it just, D2 is a question that white now has to solve. And amazingly enough, he plays king.
Wow. Josiah stepping up right into the middle of the battlefield.
Center is danger. King safety is now a factor. No real clear way that you is basically saying this position, make it very unclear. And I'm going to play third wave.
Now, I know I've seen this before. This King E2. This is not an invention by Josiah. Still, very, very brave move, stepping the king up into the center. I wonder though, what game am I thinking of? Do you know, in your vast knowledge of chess, Jim? I know I've seen this, in the database, and I can almost I'm searching my mind.
I am not an this variation silly and pretty well, but variation I don't. And the problem white had, for example, bishop d.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. I it may come to me a little later. That's okay. But wow, what an exciting variation.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, it's called the Tymanoff variation. So it could be that Mark Tymanoff had something to do with its use, and that would make sense. All right.
Tymanoff was a great player, ex-Soviet player who was a contender for the world championship title, and he was also. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris. You're good on chess history. He was a pianist as well.
He was.
So
Yeah. And then he made it all the way to like the final match before the world championship, the final tournament.
Candidates.
And performed uncharacteristically poorly in that one event. And so he missed his opportunity to play in a world championship match. But instead of just retiring and hiding after such a horrid defeat, he became, perhaps the best known chess teacher in the Soviet School of Chess at the time. And many, including Garry Kasparov, of the, top players. Kramnik, all these guys worked with Mark Tymanoff a lot.
Yeah, theory are also considerable. You will find his name attached to a lot of variation. And so it's no surprise at all that this is named after him, this particular variation. And black just simply is exposed. I mean, didn't it?
Wow. Yeah.
I would have that night. I don't know this variation.
This is the kind of
it says go ahead.
And what sort of compensation is black going to get back? Yep.
And so he gets.
Wow.
And a king on E2.
Yep.
On their original thing is like, I've got my queen up and I pick on C8. I've completed my development. You have not, and you've got have the opportunity to castle anymore. King the element of time and saying that your safety.
King safety. I mean, oftentimes we will sack a knight to expose our opponent's king. Um, and
Very true.
especially if we have a lead in development. And he didn't sack his knight to expose the king initially, but it was a delayed, and it wasn't on F2. You know, it's an interesting line, but it is similar to something we see quite often: sacking a knight when you have a lead in development to expose your opponent's king.
True. All politicians out there will notice that the queen and the white.
Mm-hmm.
So you would opportunity to check on G or H5, but because of
Yep.
chip over to the king side, so the king is not in any from the king side. But the check, what are you going to do with that questionable? And white has chosen D by capturing complete my development. Look at
Wow.
those pieces on original square.
This
So
is the kind of chess that we've been seeing in this tournament. But this is like an exclamation mark on this kind of chess. I mean, this is just a terribly exciting choice of openings by these two players.
without thought, I would now
Mm-hmm.
moves and one is exposing these
Yep.
that would solve a problem. And what instead is very interesting. What he's wanting on F4, then that rook is on the open file. They cannot go to the F of the board. Very
Those of you who are watching right now, we have 3 viewers. Is Jim's audio coming through? All right. I've seen 3 people in the chat at least. Can you tell us if the audio on Jim? Because we could be having this annoying glitch again, and if we're having this annoying glitch, we know a workaround. I don't know why. Um, um,
on my end. And switch computer. I don't know if that helps,
seems to help a lot. That seems to help a lot. You know what's interesting is I can hear you just fine, and then you know I'm looking at the meter in the broadcast on our voices, and sometimes it's not moving when you're talking, but now it is. So whatever we did, we seem to have corrected it.
Okay, so that's good to know, so that I don't have them in the future.
Got it.
Okay. All right. So the one technical issue has been dismissed. So F7 to F6 looks like a quiet move, but it's anything but a quiet move, because opening up the F file would prevent the king from escaping to the king side to leave it trapped in the center of the board. Now, is that worth a piece? Time will tell. But White is saying, you know, I want to capture your pieces
Get rid of that light bishop, then there's no threat of check from it.
Knight takes c8. Black recapture now. Because
I would be, yeah, I mean, I would be leaning toward, I guess, recapturing with the queen, because then the queen would be on a light square, maybe can do something. And I like my rook on f8, because
I like
the rook on b8. So I'd be leaning toward recapturing with the queen. Oh my goodness.
First, except
yeah,
it isn't. Your king is very exposed right now. This is really
this is
interesting.
really complex. Very interesting. Black's going all out on their attempt to get a quick win here, and yeah, Josiah's happy, to play this line. Obviously, he's yeah. So this is interesting.
And calculate, and I am sure that they have. Anyways, the whole idea here is how do you get your knight to safety? Because it doesn't. It's going to be like Black saying, "I can take that whenever I feel like it," because you've got no retreat.
It's true. I mean,
I'm going to take this opportunity to bust open.
Again, I probably, and Josiah's gonna play a better move. But if I was to take a guess here for White's move, I'd be thinking maybe knight e7 check, because at least then I'm pulling Black's bishop back. One less piece. But what Jim's saying is anywhere that knight were to move. So, in a situation like that, and, when time is of the essence, maybe just don't move the knight. Let's see what Josiah does.
He plays
a3. Okay, yeah. So,
so move back, but if the d6 or e7 knight
c5. Yeah.
we're on move 15.
Just move 15, yeah.
Game is so imbalanced. Are small. Somebody's going to win. Yeah, playing for an IM or GM norm. You got to get a majority of norms. So play based on the board, but you also haven't to win, but it's highlighted in this type of. So it's wonderful to see. And the next look at again all his square. Okay, and that has 1, 2. How many times?
That's a good question. So knight f3, knight takes d4 is move 2. And then boom. Knight takes c6 would be move 3. And then, let's see. It's moved a lot.
Yeah, it's moved knight c4 and then captures on c8. So it's 4 times.
Yep.
One piece. So none of the other pieces have been moved and developed. So the question is, though, is it worth now? I'm temporarily down 2 pieces. Is that something that I can come back from. And so white says, well, at least I'll develop my queen. Because there's no way
Mm-hmm.
playing takes pawn, f takes e5. And you got to be a mating. Can't see how it's possible to survive that. So that's out. So I've got to do something else. And the c2 squares, it allows the bishop to move now because the b.
Mm-hmm.
So it frees the bishop guard duty on b2. It sort of the bishop to the queen.
What do you mean, sort of, but not really?
Because the bishop
Ah,
retreat,
yes, it's one of those. Got it.
so it can't advance without losing the queen on c7, but it can retreat
Mm-hmm.
and
But white
protect the
would
queen.
be, in most cases, very happy to trade queens.
That's
Yeah,
very
so
true.
it's pinned by the fact that Josiah is up so much in material and his king's sitting in danger. Another thing that strikes me about this position, Jim, is
Uh-huh.
the potential for the bishop on c5 and the rook on f8 to connect on f2. It seems like there's a good potential for that to happen, and that would be very unpleasant for Josiah. Um,
Yes,
so yeah.
that f4 takes e5 are just out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's the option here, Chris. We want to point out because black is in deep thought right now. Is knight e7 check is now a threat.
Yeah. So you got I'm suspecting you got to do something about that knight right away. And the question, I guess, the question that comes up is, um, do you want to use the F rook to take it? But then the F rook's not, indirectly teaming up with the bishop on F2 anymore. Do you want to use the B rook to take it?
Three options.
Yeah.
And both of the rooks are white. I
Uh-huh.
don't want to move them, but maybe I have to. If I play queen takes, then the pin is no longer true. You can play b4 though,
Mm-hmm.
force to move and then trade
Trade
queens.
queens. Yeah. Wow. This
But
is so seriously sharp, because as you pointed out, the knight is been a goner for a long time. So Josiah could just throw in the knight e7 check and get a trade of queens. But if the queen takes the knight, then Josiah can play b4 and get a trade of queens. Um, is black going to be able to avoid this trade of queens?
and the thing is also we have to look at the possibility that if at some point the queens come off the board, but black can play e5 takes f4. Look at that pawn mass in the
Mm-hmm.
center. And is that worth the piece?
Wow. Yeah. So there would be a pawn on f4, and then the other three pawns could move right up and just
Yeah.
control. Yeah.
E
Wow.
pawn on that's protected on f4. You can play e5, and all of a sudden you got a pawn roller going.
Mm-hmm.
And can the pieces withstand that? Oh, not clearly. It might be to black's advantage to allow all of this to happen if he can capture. But he's in a deep think now. He's got vision.
I think I would rather be black, just because of I like the potential for some the the quick checkmates that might come if white just slips up a little bit, or like you were just saying, that pawn mass in the center. But on the other side of the coin, black's in a really tricky spot right now. It's
He's in a deep
it's
thing. This is a
incredibly
good.
tricky considering white doesn't have very much developed at all.
Yeah,
White's
look at
only using
this
two
up.
pieces. Black's using four, but white has serious threats.
So White's idea is to trade materials off quickly as he can, and then complete his development. And the threat of b4 will again free. Maybe you could trade queens, and it frees the bishop to move. But who knows what's going to go on in terms of the ending? That after the material stuff, once you get down towards an ending, then the pawns take on more importance. And if you have a preponderance of pawns, especially in the center, unopposed passed pawns, it'll be very difficult for a piece or two pieces to stop. But it's very tricky, hard
Josiah's
to
been playing
evaluate.
some of the most interesting chess in this tournament, and again, he is a student finishing up his studies this semester at UC Berkeley. Let's go ahead and take a look at.
Yep, black's in a deep
Yeah.
think here, so let's
Hi,
board.
Lola. My dog came to say hi. It's always nice to get checked on. Um, and again, my mouse isn't. What is going on? It was like in the. I want to switch on the other computer here. There we go. And we're going to look at Milland Métis game, and let me go ahead and get set up to do that properly. Yeah, this mouse is not working right. In fact, I might just. Okay. Hang on one second. Technical issues with the mouse of all things. You can get thrown off by little things. Hi, Lola.
Yeah, it's a plague of online broadcasting in real
Mm-hmm.
time. Run into these little technical glitches.
Um,
Who knows why my earbuds weren't working? I'm not going to worry
yeah,
about it.
exactly. And you know, this is why when you're playing, when you're playing chess, you don't want to let distractions. There's that famous story about Carlos Torre, the great Mexican chess player who read telegrams during a major tournament, and I believe it was Lasker told him, "Don't read those telegrams. Just wait till after our game." And Torrey opened the first telegram and found out that his position at the university had been reconsidered. So he wasn't going to get the job at the university. And then, like 20 moves later, he gets another telegram. This happened in New York in 1924. He gets another telegram, and his fiance reconsidered because his job was reconsidered. um, and yeah, so yeah, don't read telegrams. Don't get distracted when
And
you're
in
playing.
this day and age, phone, don't look at it during the
Yeah,
game.
yeah. I mean, it's against the rules anyways, because people might be using it for dishonest reasons. But you have to be in the moment. All right, so let's go ahead and start from the beginning. Mm-hmm.
This,
Uh, I do not. What is this one called? Ah, and uh yeah.
It's got a take on C3, change the pawn of the game. It things that look very similar to the Queen's Gambit decline, but in that B tradition, E7.
Mm-hmm.
So let's change the
Very,
characteristic.
very unusual.
F3 is an independent. Next,
Mm-hmm.
five. Queen. Traditional Queen's Gambit decline. Bishop would be posted on E7.
Mm-hmm.
This strategy for black is in a little bit out of favor. It's not popular. Right? It's been played by a very strong player.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to over. It's not to be thought of very, very six. Answer. Game. White says, "I will," and Queen. Then there's all sorts of weaknesses. Weak pawns going. So capturing with
Mm-hmm.
now.
Yep.
This something that blocks the check and
Mm-hmm.
block the check. Is knight c6. That's cool. Knight c6 is the only problem with the knight pawn is an out. And typically with the structure, e6 d c pawn to be coming.
Mm-hmm.
If you now want to take that pawn on c4, just my bishop c4. I'm going to just complete my development. e3 shores up, so the d4 pawn is now e4, and this kind of has, if it is Rugo, a little less straight game.
I think you're spot on with that, Rogozin, and for those of you who don't know, Jim and I are correspondence chess players, and Rogozin was a world champion of correspondence chess, and so he did a lot of opening theory by hand back in the day. There's a couple world correspondence chess champions that I've enjoyed, playing through their games. One is Rogozin, and another is Cecil Purdy. These guys are really fun. Maybe maybe they aren't household names, because they are correspondence chess players, and correspondence chess players kind of stay behind the scenes, uh,
See,
take a back seat. But their contributions to chess were huge, and so it's really nice to be able to look at a defense to a major opening that was pioneered by a correspondence chess player that maybe a lot of people hadn't heard of or thought about in a long time. Um, so eight
and
e3.
he was from Australia, and he has set down some of the basic principles to chess very well in the books that he has written, and he's a very instructive teacher as well. Um, the idea that really the game Asia through Persia into Europe, from Europe, the United States and
Mm-hmm.
the West and the West and South America. The the path to Australia may have come through India. Um, chess in Australia has not been as pronounced as,
Mm-hmm.
but we still see great like GM. We still see some great players from Australia. We see, he's also a great commentator on games. Uh,
Yep.
and Purdy was one of the people that may be lesser known, but if you find one of his books, I suggest that you buy it.
And when Jim says something like that, this is FIDE Master James Eade. He's written, some of the best-selling books on chess, and when he says, if you see a book by, is it Cecil or Cecil Purdy, Jim? Do you
That
know?
I don't know. Pronunciation is not my
Yeah, it's
strong suit.
probably Cecil, but I don't know. But if you see a book by Purdy, Purdy, go ahead and get it. And if you're Australian, no, you have chess heroes from your country as well. If you're an Australian chess player, go examine Purdy's games. You're really going to be blown away by his level of dominance against players from all other regions of the world. Purdy was a very dominant chess player, and as Jim said, a really good chess teacher.
Yes, pretty good, you might
Pretty
say.
good, huh? Um,
But black castles now, which breaks the pin, the knight can now move. A good, and of course, in the last didn't, and you saw some opportunities that it gave his opponent. So castling, it's usually in the vast majority of the games a good idea.
you know what, Jim? I'm a little concerned about this stupid meter on the decibel meter. I don't want your wonderful commentary and our conversation to possibly be in jeopardy. So I'm going to do what I did in, I think it was round three. I'm going to give you a call on the phone. So go
Okay.
ahead, hang up your Skype, and I'll give you a call right now.
Okay. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Jim. All right, thank you, and I'm sorry about that. I don't know, because like I said, I had Kevin Pan on the show. Didn't
Uh-huh.
have didn't have any encoding problems with OBS or processing power situations. Nothing like that. do the same thing again today, and it looked like it might have been glitchy, but I know from experience that putting the phone on speaker and having it underneath the camera there works, and works well. So we'll just go old school like that.
Okay.
But let me see if I should plug my cell phone in. Otherwise, that'll be another thing, right? Another concern. Um, let's get that plugged in so I don't have to worry about that at all. Um, and then okay, we'll continue. So black just castles.
All right, Chris, I'm going to put you on my speakerphone so I don't have to hold the phone to my ear. But tell me if you hear any echo or anything like that.
Okay. So you are on speakerphone right
Can you
now.
still hear me, Chris?
I can still hear you. No echo. So we are doing good.
Okay, something's glitchy here. All right, so we just castled, and white replies rook c1.
Okay.
Now that c file is going to either c takes d or d takes c. It's going to be half open before long, and so this is obviously the right file for that rook to be on. So you might as well play it now. He could have played bishop to e2, but it's often the guide to how to play your opening is if you have decided which square a piece is supposed to be on, move it there. And if that bishop on f1 has a better square than e2, and it becomes clear based on the game's results, the further development of the game, then the bishop can move to that square. So it's not 100% clear where the bishop on f1 belongs, but it is clear where the rook on a1 belongs. That's c1. So that's a good move for good reasons, sound reasoning on white's part.
That is really a cool tip there, Jim. So what Jim was just saying, and it's worth repeating. The bishop on f1. It may be recapturing on c4. It may be going to e2 and then recapturing on c4. Might even, who knows, right? We don't quite know yet. But the rook, Millen knew where his rook wanted to go regardless of where the bishop on f1 was going to go. And that is to the file that is likely to be a semi-open file very soon.
Okay. Now, black's move says, hey, you know what? That's interesting, but where are you going to... He plays queen to g6 and says, where are you going to put that bishop now? Because if you move it, I'll just take that pawn on g2.
Mm-hmm.
And so white's reply, queen c2, says, good, that's a good point. I'm not sure where I'm going to put my bishop, but I could, if you just do nothing, I'm going to take that queen on g6 and ruin your kingside pawn structure. So what are you going to do? Now I put the question back to you. And the answer that black gives is I'll trade queens. I'll play queen takes c2, rook takes c2. Now, this game is now very different because the queens are off the board. There isn't any real danger to either king, even though white's king is still in the center. Black has castles to safety, but the queens being off the board has been a tremendous reduction in material. So now we're thinking this game is going to be decided by pawn structure, by endgame technique, rather than tactics. And who does that favor? Right now, white's pawn structure is superior to black's in the sense that white has a pawn on c4 attacking a center square. So it's possible to trade a wing pawn for a center pawn, which is always desirable. And that c pawn on c7 is blocked by the knight on c6 and can't get into the game to do the same. So white's saying, okay, this is a real small advantage, but it is an advantage. and I'm going to play the game accordingly. So black is saying, okay, I've got no real good square for my bishop on c8, but I can play the rook to the d file, because if the center starts to break up one way or the other, I want my rooks on a center file. The downside of this is that rook can no longer go to, well, it can go to e8, but it would take 2 moves. And maybe it belongs on e8. So that's a committal move, putting the rook on d8. Because maybe you want one rook on e8 and the other rook on d8, and that will take time to accomplish now. So it's a committal move. But is it a good move or a bad move? It's not clear. It's not clear to me at all. So white says, well, I've got to get in. I've got to complete my development, bishop to e2. All right? And so then black plays a6. Now, why would black play a6? Very curious move, isn't it?
It is.
It doesn't seem to do anything for development. But think what black's thinking. Try to think what black is thinking. Okay, black is thinking, if you don't take on d5, I had to bring my rook to d8 really to keep defending that pawn on d5. Otherwise, once you castle, that knight could be, and the pawn would be putting pressure on d5. So I wanted to secure that. But the a6 move, after, if white does nothing in this position, I can take on c4, play pawn on b7 to b5, attack that bishop, make that bishop move, then play my bishop to b7. And now that is a long, open diagonal where my bishop is well posted. Then I could play my rook to c8, and then, and only then, start to think about advancing my c-pawn. So, this is a long-range plan that a6 prepares. It doesn't help the development, except it prepares the proper development of the c8 bishop, which otherwise doesn't look like it has much prospects.
Yeah, so go through that again. So black is, if it was black to move right now, if they had 2 moves in a row, they just played a6. If it was black to move, they might play dx-c4 is what you're thinking?
Yes.
And then white would take back with the bishop.
Right.
And then they would play b5.
Then I would play b5.
Yep.
And the bishop then would be forced to move.
Mm-hmm.
It could go to b3, d3, e2 again. But whatever it does, my next move will be bishop to b7.
Yep. And then you've gotten that bishop on a beautiful, beautiful big diagonal.
Long diagonal, and you've connected your rooks.
Yep.
So you've completed your development, except for the rook on a8 hasn't moved yet, but it's connected.
A very subtle nuance with the pawn a6, and right. I'm glad you broke that down for us, Jim.
Yeah, and so white does complete his development by castling. So let's see what white or black does. Does he take on? Yes, he takes on c4. Bishop takes, but he doesn't play. He does not yet play b5. There might be consequences. There might be tactical things because it's possible that the knight on c6 would be hanging after that. So what he does is bishop to d6, which helps to fight for the e5 square. And it prepares knight to c6. Knight on c6 to b4, which would attack the rook. And then continue to play b7 pawn to b5, attack the bishop. And so all of a sudden, this retreating move by the bishop opens up a series of moves that are threatened by black to continue black's development and hinder white's by attacking white's pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But white says, okay, I don't care. I'll just continue with my development. I'll put my rook on d1.
Now that's interesting because with the rook on c2, oftentimes you would think stacking in the semi-open file, maybe rook c1.
Correct.
Why is rook d1, in your opinion, a better choice than rook c1?
Well, both have pluses and minuses, but you could see that the threat of knight to b4 would force that c2 rook off of the c file.
Yes.
So it doesn't have long-term prospects there. And the bishop on d6 is protecting the pawn on c7. So the c file, even though it is half open, and you would tend to put your rooks on it, there's just no prospects right there. And the d file might be opened with either. Black plays either e5 or c5, which is the way you would normally try to make progress against this f2, e3, d4 pawn chain. The d file might get open. So if the d file is open, you want your rooks on it. So white is calculating that at some point c5 or e5 is going to be played by black, and the d file is going to be open. And so he prefers the rook on d1 than c1.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Black goes ahead with the b5 thrust, which a6 prepared. If he had not played a6, he would not be able to play b5. So the kind of strange-looking a6 had a point. It was a subtle point, but it did have a point. So now, where do you put the bishop? Well, if you put it on d3, you get in the way of the d file. If you put it on b3, knight a5 is a possibility, which would then, where is the bishop got? The bishop has no square to move to, so you would be giving up that bishop for that knight. And you would be giving the advantage of the two bishops to black. Black would be left with two bishops, white with two knights. That generally favors the bishops. So b3 is pretty much out. d3, I would say, is not the preferred square for it, simply because the action might be on the d file, and it would get in the way there. So the other choices, you could play to f1, but be2 seems logical to me. And black continues with his plan of developing the bishop to b7, putting it on a long, open white square diagonal. The h1 to a8 diagonal is a very long diagonal, and it is now possibly in black's control. But white will take pains to counter that control. Because you can see the four center squares now. The d4 pawn is occupying but not controlling d4, but it is attacking e5. And the knight on f3 is attacking e5. Black has two pieces attacking e5, the knight on c6 and the bishop on d6. So it's not clear who controls e5. Now, the d5 square is attacked by white's knight, but also by the pawn on e6. So it's not clear who controls the d5 square. e4 right now, temporarily, is under control by white because the knight on c3 is the only piece attacking it. But another point of b7, b5 is b4 is now possible, and the knight would have to move. And it would be occupying e4 rather than controlling it. So this square is potentially in either white's or black's control. It's not clear. That knight moves on c6. The bishop on b7 would be attacking both d5 and d4. So it's not clear who's in control of the center now. You look at it and you say, well, the pawn on d4 is the only center pawn that's really in the center, and it's helping to control e5. White has a tenuous control over the center, if any. So very interesting position. And now, white plays a3, and you might want to ask yourself, why? Well, there's a couple of answers, and that is, now knight to b4 is not a possibility. It would hit the c2 pawn. And b4, it has to be thought about, but that can be taken now rather than just unchallenged. So the b4, the pawn on a3 is challenging black's comfortable control over b4. So what white says, or black says rather, is, well, now's the time to strike. My pawn on c7 isn't going to really help on fight for the center because it's blocked by the knight on c6. But I've got two pieces attacking e4. You only have a pawn and a knight attacking it. So I'm going to play e5. But notice how moving the pawn from e6 to e5 weakens black's control over the d5 square. So this is a challenge, but white is not forced to take that pawn on e4, which would lead to further piece exchanges and ease the burden of defense for black. But there is no reason for white to take it. Instead, white says, hey, you gave up control of d5, so I'm going to put my pawn there. I'm going to attack your knight.
Yeah.
So your knight has to move. Ha ha ha. Now, black has that pawn on e5 fighting for d4, but that's still in black's territory. White is the first to advance into enemy territory. d4, d5 is gaining space. So the element of space is now being contested. Who has the more space? White has more space. And he's taken away the b5, b4 idea by playing a3. So he's not going to give up space on the queen side without a fight. But he's saying, I have more space in the center now. What are you going to do with that knight? Well, he plays knight to e7, which is logical. Now he's got two pieces attacking it. Okay. Knight to e7? Yeah, I agree. It's logical. But I'm going to go ahead and say e4. I'm going to maintain that pawn on d5 and maintain my spatial advantage. What do you have to say to that? Now notice when the pawn on e3 moves to e4, it does protect the pawn on d5. That's a plus. But it gives up its ability to fight for the d4 square. And that's a minus. So is the plus worth more than the minus? That's what the players are deciding. And white is telling us, yes, I think having the pawn on e4 and protecting the pawn on d5 is more important than fighting for that d4 square. Because for one, I have a rook and a knight attacking it. And black doesn't really have a piece that he can put on that square very easily. So the plus-minus calculation by white says that e4 is indicated. So black's next response is interesting to me. f6. Okay, I don't want my bishop playing guard duty on that pawn on e5. Excuse me. And so I'll protect it. Now that bishop can move again. And the last move that we have is d2 to b4, which again is saying, hey, black, I don't want you to be expanding on the queen side. I have my center advantage. I have more space in the center. And I'm going to, you could fight on the king side or the queen side, and you got more space on the queen side. So I'm going to challenge you there. And so we just got to move from black. It's c6, which is the ultimate test now. This is a really good challenge because he's saying, okay, I don't like that pawn on d5. I might take it and make it a isolated pawn, potentially weak pawn. And if you take, then I just go about my business. I play knight to c6, and then maybe I'm threatening knight to d4 in some variations. And so this is a really interesting question. You look at the black rooks now. Was that decision to move the rook to d8 good or bad or neutral? Did it belong on e8? Well, more and more it looks like it belonged on d8 all the time. Black was looking very far into the future when he made that decision. And the other rook belongs not on d8. The rook on a8 belongs on c8.
Yep, like 9 moves into the future. He played rook d8 on move 11, and we were wondering back then, is that the right spot for that rook to be? And with so much contention, and then we were also wondering about Millen's rook going to d1 instead of c1.
Right.
I asked you about that, and so yeah, these players were looking very far into the future, placing their pieces where...
And it's a judgment call.
Yeah.
It's not clear, even now, where white is going to put his bishops. I mean, his rooks. Is he going to double on the C file, or is he going to double on the D file? It's not clear.
With that, Jim, I think it's a wonderful time for us to take a break, refresh our coffee.
Okay.
And
I'm all for that.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everybody what you're watching and listening to. It's the Mission 360 Bay Area Chess Grandmaster Norm Tournament. This was organized by Mission 360, a nonprofit started by 2 FIDE masters who are in high school, who live in the Bay Area. They organized this with the help of Bay Area Chess and Cal Chess. And my name is Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings. I'm the Cal Chess Journal editor. I have my hands in a lot of things happening in California chess. And this wonderful explanation of the reasons behind the moves you're hearing and listening to and enjoying, that is FIDE master James Eade, who has a nonprofit foundation, the Eade Foundation, and also has a wonderful, wonderful YouTube channel, the Eade Foundation. So I'm going to go ahead and run some commercials. Check out some of these other great organizations: Mission 360, Bay Area Chess, Cal Chess, and the Eade Foundation. And we'll be right back. We're going to look at 5 games. So far, we've only looked at 2 of them because they're of such great interest. But we'll make sure we look at, touch the other games when we return. All right, I'm going to go ahead and run that ad. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3:00 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player, an extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE Futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's. It can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the E Foundation does. The E Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the E Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players. There I am. Ha! I'm sitting. I think I adjusted the camera, something. There I am. Ha! I am Chris Torres. This is Daily Chess Musings. And on the phone with me is James Eade, FIDE Master James Eade, a rock star in the world of chess. And we are watching Mission 360 Bay Area Chess Grandmaster Norm Tournament number 1. This is live action from San Jose. Top notch chess right here in Northern California. Before we get back to the action, though, I want to go to my web browser window. And here I am at Daily Chess Musings. And let me go click on a link to the Eade Foundation, which are all over my website. It's easy to find. So I was talking about the 3, 4, this is a huge collaboration, but there are 4 nonprofits involved in what you're seeing today. Mission 360, Bay Area Chess, Cal Chess, and the EAD Foundation. And we are talking to James Eade. So there I go, I click on his name. And now we are at the EAD Foundation website. And the EAD Foundation, as it says on screen, wants to enhance chess literacy and chess excellence. Can you tell us a little bit about chess literacy and chess excellence, James?
Sure, Chris. Can you hear me fine?
I can hear you great.
Okay. Chess literacy is the ability to read and write chess notation, and opens up the universe of chess books to people. And also, if you know notation, you can follow games that have been played in the past. You can play them over, learn from them. So it's a part of learning about the chess history that you become a part of. The Foundation is dedicated to building chess communities. And if you're part of a chess community, you find out that you're never alone. And it doesn't matter what country you're from. It doesn't matter what language you speak. If you're part of a chess community, you're part of a community that is spanning the globe. And as you can see from our homepage, Chris, the Foundation has expanded not just in the United States and Nicaragua and Colombia in the Western Hemisphere, but we've really advanced our presence in Africa, in Niger, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, and in the near. Also, as we move eastern, we're in Lebanon. We're working with people in Israel, and we've even got a footprint in Asia, in Bhutan. And these are communities, many of them, which did not have the ability to buy chess resources. Even sets and boards cost too much for those people. So we sent them chess equipment, and they were able to build communities wherever they were. And it didn't matter that they would send me pictures of little kids playing with chess. And once you give the gift of chess to a child, you give a gift that can last a lifetime. And it's an educational tool for the young, because what they learn, the lessons that chess teaches, are directly transferable back into the classroom. The ability to sit still and think, the ability to postpone immediate gratification. These are things that chess teaches you. And this can help them perform better in the classroom, whatever the subject matter they study is. And so we allow them to use this as a tool for educational purposes when they're young. But it's such a pleasant pastime when you're an adult. It's a way to just be able to spend time with others that enjoy something similar, and it's a pleasant activity to engage in. And there are just clubs all over the world. I moved out to California from New England, and the first thing I did was find out where the local chess clubs were. So I didn't know anyone, but I was able to find people that lived in that area through chess. And I moved again, and same story all over. Didn't know anyone, but I went to the chess club, and then I became friends with people, and I got to have people that lived there, knew the ropes, show me around, that kind of stuff. So, and when you get older and the aches and pains start from age and illness, and you worry about your hospital bills, you worry about your next doctor's appointment, it's a solace in those years, because when you're playing chess, you're not thinking about anything else but the chess in front of you. Your aches and pains go away. Your worries about the things that you have to worry about in your day-to-day life, they disappear. They go away. All that you're caring about is what's your next move going to be. And it's just a wonderful gift that you can give to a child that can last a lifetime. And if they use the tools that they learn early, in whatever activity they take in the future, they still will benefit from the introduction to things such as sitting still and thinking. So that's the purpose of the Foundation. Then we also support chess excellence, and chess excellence is the developing of advancing the art and science and sport of the game. Because chess, unlike so many other activities, has elements of all three. You see the art in players like Grandmaster Miguel Tal. You see the science in the previous world champion Miguel Botvinnik. He tried to reduce things. Even Steinitz tried to reduce chess to a systematic approach of principles, the application of principles that can be discovered. So there are scientific approaches, there are artistic approaches, and some now think of it more of a sport because it's a contest. It's a contest of wills. And you need preparation before you play in a high-level event. And so anything that advances the culture of chess, the art of chess, the science of chess, the sport of chess is something the Foundation supports.
Just wonderful stuff you're doing through the Eid Foundation, Jim. Thank you for everything you're doing for chess and for communities around the globe. If you want to donate, check it out. I'm clicking this link right here to donate, and there it is. It's real easy. It's like you just couple clicks. You can send the Eid Foundation whatever it is you can afford. Any amount is helpful, and 100% of everything you donate to the Eid Foundation goes to the cause. James Eid, you absorb. Jim, you absorb all the overhead.
Yes, there are no. Your money will not go to administrative costs. Administrative costs are absorbed by the organization, by me, and that is just one of the ways that that when you help us, you help them. And I want to give a shout out to Philip Wharton, who is the webmaster for this site. I think it's a very good site. It won the Chess Journalists of America Award for Best Chess Website last year, and I really want Philip to take credit for that.
Yeah, it's a fantastic looking website. It really is, and it's a fantastic thing that you're doing in so many areas. All right, let's get back to the chess, because that's why people are... Not the long ad. I clicked the wrong button. Sorry about that. James is on the phone with us right now. Let me get... What am I doing? Okay, let's get control of my OBS again. I was having so much fun on your website, I don't want to leave. There we go. Yeah. All right. So we've, we were looking at Josiah's game. We were looking at Millen's game. We'll get back to those, but we want to, get far enough in enough different games. And so let's look at Robert Shlyatenko versus, and I believe he's from Southern California, versus Kostya Kovutsky from Northern California. Just he's very local to you, Jim. I believe he lives in Mountain View. And in fact, Jim, I heard from a little bird told me that all the players except for Jing Zhao are going to be hanging out in the Bay Area for the next, like 10 days or so, because there's another tournament scheduled. So if you want an opportunity, just let me know. We'll make it happen. We can go talk to some of the contestants. Maybe they can be on your show. Jim has a show on YouTube called The Chess Files, which is it's just wonderful. He gets chess players to tell their stories, and chess organizers to tell their stories. People get relaxed enough to and just really open up on Jim's show, and you'll learn so much by watching those episodes. So about chess community, not so much about chess moves, but about the chess community. So check that out on the Eid Foundation's YouTube. All right, so we're going to go to Kostya's game, because he has a lot of fans. Robert Shlyatenko versus Kostya. Are you ready, Jim?
I am.
Awesome. I am ready. We'll start right at the beginning.
Okay. First move is E4, best by test. The according to Bobby Fischer.
Mm-hmm.
C5 was the Sicilian defense favored by Bobby Fischer, the world champion that got me started in chess. And knight to f3 is the normal move. Again, we see the e6 variation. And this time, though, instead of d4, which is the classic response, we see c3 to build up to d4 so we can maintain the pawn duo in the center on d4 and e4. So it's all about controlling the center. So this is a different, maybe more closed than open Sicilian.
Mm-hmm.
And Black's response is nf6 because he says, oh yeah, you want to play d4, but I'll attack your e4 square, which has a pawn on it, which I will take if you are not careful. So he's got to do something about that, Chris. What would you say? Should you defend? Advance?
You know what? In these kinds of situations, I like to grab the free space and just play e5. Yep. I call it free
E5
space.
is played.
Yeah, because you're doing it on your opponent's time, right, Jim?
Well, you're not going to give up your knight for a pawn. So that knight has already moved once. It's going to have to move twice. So it's, in a sense, a free use of time.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, was the pawn better on e5 than e4? White thinks so. But Black played knight f6, provoking e5 because he thinks it's now going to be a target to attack. So this is a question of whose judgment in this position is correct. And they're going to fight it out on the board to say, White says it's good, Black says it's a target. It can be weak. One day it will be weak and you will regret moving it there. It's a difference of opinion. And that's what chess is all about. Judgment. Whose judgment will prevail in this game? So knight to d5 is the logical move because the pawn on that was on c2 has already moved to c3. It's not likely that it's going to move to c4, attacking the knight again. Because that would be moving a pawn twice, and he's already moved one pawn twice, e4 to e5. So c3 to c4 would be saying, okay, I'm moving pawns, but that's not the same as developing. So we've got to ask ourselves, what is White's next idea? How is White going to continue his development? d4 is one option, just to continue to develop, but White chooses to play bishop to c4. Now, what's this move intending? Is he threatening to take the knight, do you think, Chris? Bishop takes knight on d5?
Not really, right? I mean,
Not really is the right answer.
Good.
Not really, because simply playing pawn takes, because the idea is if pawn takes on from e6 to d5, Black is going to play d6 at some point and eliminate that e5 pawn.
Yeah.
So his pawn structure is not permanently scarred. It's not weak. So this is, and why would you give up bishop for a knight if you're not going to get some sort of compensation for it? So if you're not going to permanently damage Black's pawn structure, there's really no reason to play bishop takes knight because it's in second move of the same piece.
Mm-hmm.
So you would be squandering not only the element of time, but the element of material. Bishops are valued slightly more than knights. The reason is because it's easier to open a position than it is to close it. Knights like closed positions, bishops like open positions. So in general, the bishops are slightly to be preferred over knights. So it's not really a threat to take. And so Black says, oh, by all means take it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm putting the question to your pawn on e5. You thought it was such a good pawn. Is it? And White says, you know what? It's fine where it is. I'm just going to complete my development, get my king to safety, castle. Now the center is going to open up and I'm going to be better developed. So you can see that Black only has one piece developed. That White has the bishop and knight developed and has already castled.
Yeah.
Safety.
Black's moved that same knight twice and made 3 pawn moves. And
Right.
that's all they've done in the opening thus far. White's already castled. Wow.
Yeah, so White has made 3 pawn moves as well, but one of them gained time. So it's really like he's taken the first move, which he was given freely, and gained another move.
Mm-hmm.
So he's able to develop a piece and castle with those 2 moves. So now it's Black's move. But Black has to do something to catch up in development, I would think. But what he does here is another pawn move. But this is now the element of material we're talking about, or force, the force of a piece. The power of a piece is tied to its mobility. But if you give up material, for example, in this case, a pawn, if you just ignore that and continue to develop, Black would be up a unit of force equal to 1. 1 pawn equals 1 unit of force. So Black is +1 in terms of material. And White says, no, you're not. I'll take it. But that's the second move of the same piece, the knight.
Mm-hmm.
So White has not improved, but he has restationed his knight, which was well put on f3, to e5. And he is saying this knight on e5 is better than the knight was on f3. So it's a good use of my time to move it here. And I've restored the material balance in the position. And so what does Black do about that? Black says, well, bishop to e7, I'm better catch up in my development. I'm going to castle. I'm going to complete my development, get my king to safe position, and then I'm going to start mixing it up in the center. All of this has been played because the move c3 was designed to play d4, and now d4 may not be desirable to play, or as desirable to play. And you'll see that the only center pawns now are the e2 pawn for White and the e6 pawn for Black. So who's controlling the center? Right now, it is not clear. It seems like the d5 square is in Black's possession. The other squares are not yet secured. d4 is played. So he says, not only am I going to play d4, and I'm going to control the dark squares now in the center, I'm also helping my development because now that line to the bishop on c1 is open. So the bishop can come into the game where the pawn was on d2, the bishop could not. It had no squares to move to. It was immobile. And a piece's power is tied to its mobility, so it wasn't very powerful. But now look at all the squares it can move to. d2, e3, f4, g5, h6. Now it has much more power than it did just 1 move ago. So Black says, well, that's pretty good, but I'm going to castle. Oh, I'm sorry, did I move it? Yeah, I'm sorry. He took on d4, which is a good move. It's the second move of the pawn, but it's going to be recaptured by a pawn, so that's equal in time. And now White has a pawn on d4, but it's isolated. You can see that there are 3 pawn islands on White. The queenside pawns, the 2 on the queen side, the 1 in the center, and the 3 on the king side. But Black's pawn structure has only 2 islands. 2 on the queen side and 4 on the king side. This is a more secure pawn structure than White's. White has adopted the isolated queen pawn. And there's so much theory about whether that can be good or bad. Such an interesting question. No clear answer. Is it good or bad?
You could write a book on that, Jim, and
Yeah, it can be.
you really could write a book on that.
And people have.
Oh, people have. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Grandmaster Alex Burin has written a book on pawn structure that's really all about the isolated queen pawn.
Yeah.
And I played over many games by Anatoly Karpov, the world champion after Fischer, and he could win from White with the isolated d-pawn, and he could win from Black playing against the isolated d-pawn. So wherever the isolated D pawn appeared, I just have to look at which side Karpov was on to know who was going to win the game.
Ah.
He was a master at this pawn structure.
So if you wanna improve on your IQP strategy, go check out Anatoly Karpov games. That's a good tip.
And Doran's book on the isolated queen pawn, it was titled Pawn Structure, but it was pretty much about this type of pawn structure. Wonderful book. Okay, so Black says, okay, you've got an isolated queen pawn, I better get my king castled to safety, and then I'm going to go after that pawn on d4, whether you like it or not. But White says, okay, let's play my knight to c3, which increases the pressure on the d5 square. If you capture, now we have a different type of pawn structure. Black plays knight d5 takes knight c3, then bishop on the pawn on b2 takes on c3. We no longer have an isolated d pawn. And this pawn structure, with the pawn on the c file, pawn on the d file, both on the post, it's called a hanging pawn structure. That is another thing to really study. And it's really important to know how to play it from both sides. When you have that hanging pawn structure and when you're playing against it, it's very good because these systems have been worked out. The best play with them and the best play against them. So that's a very fertile area to study too. Isolated queen pawns, hanging pawns. And it's better than memorizing opening variations. Learn about the pawn structures. Where do the pieces belong, depending on the pawn structure?
It's kind of fascinating. I notice these patterns in certain openings, of course, produce certain pawn structures more frequently, and it's interesting to really, if you're database surfing, going through the great games in a particular opening, look at just take a moment to look at the pawn structure patterns that you see game after game after game. From those openings, as Jim said, it's a more thorough understanding to do that than just memorize lines.
Yeah, I can't. Thank you for emphasizing that because I can't do it enough. Pawn structure tells you where the pieces belong. It's so much easier to decide what to do if you know what the pawn structure wants you to do and where to put the pieces. And then your decision-making process is so much easier than it would if you didn't understand the dictates of the pawn structures. So knight c3 is challenging. Black says, I don't want to just capture that knight. I don't want to play against the hanging pawns. I prefer to continue to develop and attack your center. That was my whole idea of this setup. When you played e5, I said I was going to be a target. I was going to take it. d6 and take it, and then just play against your center. So it's entirely consistent with that. But it's White to move, and White's choice here is very instructive. Now, after all this time, he plays bishop to takes d5. We said earlier, you don't want to give up your bishop for a knight without any reason. Without some sort of compensation. And the material compensation is you've got to recapture the bishop, or maybe you can take on e5, but I doubt that is an option. So you take on d5, why? Well, now you see something very interesting changes in the pawn structure. Because Black recaptures, he takes d5, simple enough. And now White says, okay, now we don't have an isolated d pawn that's open to attack. We have both d pawns are isolated. So now that's changed the characteristic of the pawn structure entirely.
100% symmetrical pawn structure.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good. The pawn structure is symmetrical. There's no weakness that I have that you don't have. But that changes with white's very next move. Knight takes. C6. Holy smoke, what's going on here? Okay. B takes C6. Now look at this pawn structure. Now, the white has given up a bishop for a knight, so black has the two bishops. The position looks pretty open, but the pawns d4, d5 are locked. So it isn't a wide open position. And what is the pawn structure telling us now? What would you say, what is the way chess players refer to that pawn on c6, Chris?
Backward pawn?
It's a backward pawn on a half-open file.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, that pawn has no pawn that can protect it. And rooks and straight movers like the queen and rooks can attack it along the c file. And you might end up being passive with your piece placement defending it. No piece, especially the queen, but no piece wants to be doing defense. They want to be on the attack. They want to be offensively oriented. So that pawn structure now favors white.
Mm-hmm. You
Because
got
there's
a
a backwards C pawn on a half-open file. Now, you might say to yourself, well, I'll just advance it to c5. And I'll get rid of that backwards pawn, which is true. But what after d4 takes c5, what is that pawn structure now? That is black is saddled with the isolated d pawn. Oh, we were spending all this time talking about white with this isolated d pawn. But ultimately, if you advance that backwards pawn, black would be saddled with the isolani. And this would change everything. But now you can see that basically the development is pretty much the same. White retains his advantage of the first move, so it's his move. That black has secured the two bishops in compensation for a weakened pawn structure. So which is more important? This is a judgment call. Both white and black are saying. White is saying, I'd rather have given up the two bishops to inflict a damaging pawn structure on black. And black is saying, I'd rather have the two bishops, and I'll put up with a little weakness in my pawn structure. Because it's not a glaring weakness. It's not a terrible weakness. And I'd rather have the two bishops. So it's a difference of opinion and who's going to be proven right. So White uses the tempo given to him by having the first move to play to f4, bishop to f4. Good post for the bishop. It's hitting this e5 center square. It's all about controlling the center. It's well posted. It's only taken one move to get there. So you'd have to say, pretty good move. And black says, okay, I needed to develop my bishop as well. I'm going to put it on d6 because I know that I want to play c5, get rid of that backwards pawn, and I know I will be left with an isolated d pawn, which will be subject to attack, so I want to defend it. He could have played bishop to f5, mirroring white's bishop to f4, but he's saying, I think it belongs on e6 because I know that isolated d pawn is in my near future. And so as we were telling you, that the backwards pawn is on a half-open file. The half-open c file is crying out for rooks to occupy it. And so rook c1 has been dictated to white by the pawn structure. This is where the rook belongs. And so black says, yep, I don't want that backwards pawn on that file to come under attack. It's going to depress me. I don't want my pieces defending it. They get passive. They get grumpy when they're passive. So I'm going to play c5 now. Okay. I will live with the isolated d pawn. I can live with that. So D takes C5, bishop takes C5. Now look at the position. Black and white's development are very similar, but white has got the rook to C1, which is good. It's a good place for the rook to be. It's an open file. There are no pawns on it. So it's good position for the white rook. And it's white's move. And black has an isolated D pawn, subject to attack. The best thing you want to do against an isolated pawn is blockade it. Blockade was a term given to us by Nimzovich in my system. When you blockade the isolated D pawn, it cannot advance. And if it cannot advance, it's a subject of attack. And pieces have to be used to defend it. And as we know, pieces get unhappy when they're reduced to defense. That bishop on F4 is much happier than that bishop on E6. That bishop is doing guard duty. None of the pieces want to do guard duty. So bishop to C5. Now, knight A4. We say knights on the rim are grim. And so it looks like, why would you put your knight, which was well posted in the center, to the edge of the board, where its mobility is not as good, and the piece's power is tied to its mobility, so the knight on the rim is not as good? Why would you do it? Well, because that bishop has moved around a bit, and it's subject to capture now, so it must move again. There's no way to adequately defend it. So it's a free move of the knight. But the bishop has squares to go to. It could go to D6, which is interesting. It could go to D6, but white chooses bishop D7. And one of the reasons he chooses bishop to E7 is he wants to play bishop to F6, putting it on a very powerful diagonal. Its mobility there is high. It's a powerful piece. Unlike the bishop on E6, which has a pawn on F7 and D5, limiting its mobility, the bishop on F6 would have a great deal of scope, great deal of mobility. So he's going to reposition it via E7 to F6, if nothing else. So if white does nothing, but white does something. He plays bishop to E5. Why? Because then the bishop can be used to play D4, bishop D4, blockading the pawn, preventing the pawn on D5 from advancing. So this is a very consistent and good idea. And black says, okay, I don't think that rook on the C file can go unchallenged, so I will challenge it. Now, white is very consistent here. He plays queen to D4. I like this move. I haven't analyzed it, but I like it just positionally, strategically. Not only are you attacking the pawn on G7, moving the queen off the back rank connects the rooks. It's a strength. Queen in the center is extraordinarily mobile. Therefore, it is more powerful. It attacks the pawn on G7. It attacks the A pawn, the pawn that's on A7. That's subject to attack. Now, the queen is not the ideal blockader. The queen doesn't want to do blockade duty any more than it wants to do guard duty. It wants to be attacking. But right now, that's a great square for the queen. It will move later, but it's a great square for the queen right now. So F6. Now F6 protects both pawns because you can't play queen takes A7 because you will lose the bishop on D5. And you can't take the pawn on G7 because the F6 pawn is in the way. The F6 pawn is also threatening the bishop on E5. So you can't spend your time, white's time, doing what white wants. White has to answer that challenge. Now, are there drawbacks and pluses to this move? Yes, because it does open up enough square for the bishop to move to on e6. It can go to f7 now. Is that very important? Probably not. But it is adding to the mobility of that piece. It also extends the ability to move rook to f7. Is that important? Probably not. But always think of these things, because the piece's powers are tied to the mobility. So f6 gives you a little more mobility for these pieces, and it attacks the bishop on e5. It looks like a good move. One possible drawback, though, is that f6 pawn can never help defend the king's side. I can't control the g6 square. So if you want to move the h pawn in the future, that g6 square could be a hole that white's pieces just go to and are happy to stay there because no pawn can attack it. And f6 could be, because it has moved, become a target. That doesn't seem likely now, but wait until the ending. All sorts of possibilities. So there are pluses and minuses, but by guarding both g7 and indirectly the a7 pawns, it is a good move. There's more good to it than bad. But notice that both the queen move and the bishop move and then the queen move took away the bishop to f6 possibility, which is really what black wanted. And now that the pawn is on f6, the bishop can't go there. So the bishop on e7's mobility is severely restricted. That's a downside. All of that has gone into the thinking, black's thinking, before he decided, yeah, the upside is better than the downside of playing f6. And instead of playing a bishop move, because I would have probably thought I have to move my bishop, says, no, I don't have to move my bishop. If he takes on e5, I will take his queen on d8. And I'm going to win material. So black has to respond to this. And he does so in an interesting way. He can play queen takes c8 or bishop takes c8. He chooses to play bishop to c8. Now, why did he do that? The bishop is so happy defending that pawn on d5. Now we've removed one of the defenders. Well, he says, I'm not entirely sure where my bishop belongs. Does it belong on e6? Maybe. Maybe it belongs on b7, where it's a little bit more active. And I'm not sure, but I know that the queen doesn't want to be on c8. So this makes sense to me. It's a good recapture. And so white responds. Now he says, okay, I'm not going to let you take my bishop, so I'll move back to f4. It's a good square once. It's a good square now. Okay. And this is a very interesting idea that by recapturing with the bishop, he can now play queen d7, which guards his a pawn. And he provides a square for the rook on the f file to move to d8 to protect the d pawn. So it's a good move. So rook d1 right now would be answered by rook d8, and you really haven't made any progress. So white chooses instead to move the rook to the open c file. There's two open files now, the c and the e. And he says, well, I think my prospects are better on the c file. In fact, I might want to play knight to c5 at some point. And I would get rid of your two bishops somehow. So rook to c1 looks like a good move to me. Now the rook takes the other open file. That is a very good move too. So these moves are very good quality. You may quibble, the engines may quibble, but this is showing a good understanding of the position. And I neglected to mention that there is now the possibility of rook to c7 attacking the queen and attacking the a pawn. But by playing the rook to the e file, you're opening up, if the rook comes off the back rank, there's back rank mating possibilities. And this is just extraordinary how much thought you have to put into this, how hard calculation has to be done here to say, can I get away with this? Can I I get away with rook e8? Does it threaten enough? Can I let him take that pawn with rook c7? But is it worth it? And the answer is yes, because black says, okay, I see all your black back rank thinking. I know what you're thinking. But I'm going to give my king some air. The German word Luft is often used in this case because you're giving it some air to move to. H3 allows king to go to H2. So there's no longer a back rank threat. So he's wise to the ways of the world. And he says, all right, bishop to F8. Now, can't white just win with rook c7 now? Win a d8 pawn? Doesn't that look like it's crying out to be played? Well, then there's still back rank worries. And it's not clear. If you allow both the queen and rook to get to the back rank, that might be kind of hard to prevent some serious threats. So black is playing for threats now. He's defending indirectly.
So
But
if rook c7, Jim, if white were to play rook c7 right now, you're saying that black would play queen e6?
or maybe queen e5,
Ah,
which might threaten rook to e5.
got it.
So if you played rook c7, queen to f5, you can't play queen takes a7 because you would just play queen takes bishop on f4.
Mm-hmm.
So you would play rook takes a7, but then rook e5. What's your answer to that? Your queen's under attack and your bishop is attacked twice. You can't defend it. So this is one of those positions where you would think, I'm just winning a pawn. And then you calculate a little further and you go, oh, no, I'm not. And so white says, okay, I was threatening that, but I didn't really mean it. I'm going to play knight c3. Now, the isolated pawn on d5 is attacked twice. Now, we said before, the queen is not an ideal defender, or a blockader, rather, on d4, because it wants to be doing something more important. So the next couple of moves, this is where we've caught up to the position. But black will have to defend that pawn on d5 with a piece. So the piece won't be entirely happy about that. But I'm thinking that white is preparing to play bishop to e3. Again, threatening to take that a7 pawn and allowing the queen to move and be replaced by the bishop on d4. And the bishop is better suited. It's well positioned on there. There it is. Bishop to b7 defends it. And I'm thinking that white's next move, if he doesn't play, I don't think he will play queen takes a7, which has some pluses and minuses, but I think he will play bishop to e3.
Well, we've logged your...
Even that.
Yeah, we've... rook d1.
Yes, rook d1 is also a very viable and important move because it increases the pressure on d5.
Mm-hmm. These guys are playing relatively quickly. By the way, Jim, we haven't talked about the time control.
Right.
There's no... It's 90 minutes. So it's a relatively fast time control. With a 30-second increment, there is no bonus at like move 40 or anything like this. So
very important to point out. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. So
the time control is also a big factor. You can't take that much time to think on any one particular move. You only have 90 minutes played the game. Now you do have 30 seconds added each time you move, if I understand that correctly.
Yes.
Yeah. And so then you can say to yourself, well, if I keep moving, I keep getting more time. But then, do you move too quickly? This is not something you want to do. You don't want to move too quickly. But white in this game has started with an isolated d-pawn of himself, but he gave up the two bishops to saddle black with the d-pawn. And since then, the whole game is centered around whether that d-pawn can be held by black or taken by white. Because even just a pawn is enough to win a game at this level. And so black is now positioning his pieces in more of a defensive setup, and whites are in a more aggressive setup. And rook to d8 was just flagged because he can't lose that pawn. So the rook, which is really well placed on the open e file, is now in the defensive position on d8.
So I think, yeah, it's almost like they're at a standstill on that pawn, and if white wants to play for a win, then they're going to need to play maybe queen takes a7, right?
At some point, but you don't want black to be able to play d5, d4.
Yep.
Because if you allow that, then the bishop on d7 comes roaring to life.
So if queen takes a7, would black play? Would Kostya, you think, play d4 right away?
I think so.
Wow. And then that bishop on b7, as you put it, it comes roaring to life. So
because the next move, you think, well, the pawn is pinned on d4. It can't take that knight. But what if you throw in queen to c6 on the next move, threatening mate on g7? Oh my goodness! All of a sudden, things are starting to look like a little shaky.
Mm-hmm.
Because then, if you get the queen to c6 for free, you can play bishop to c5, hitting the queen. And all of a sudden, all your pieces, which were playing defense, are now on the offense.
Wow.
And the offense favors the two bishops.
Now it's worth noting that that pawn push to d4. So if queen takes a7, the pawn pushes to d4. That pawn is still pinned to the black queen. But then you're suggesting that if the black queen were to move out of that pin, it would go to c6, threatening checkmate on g2.
You do something about that, followed by bishop to c5. So white sees all that, says, no, that's a little too much to give to black. So I'll play bishop to e7. So now I'm threatening queen takes a7.
Mm-hmm.
Because d4 is not a possibility. That's just losing another pawn. So the bishop from f4 to e3 was in the air, because the bishop wants to be the blockader rather than the queen.
Yeah. And then
but now he does have to play a6.
Pawn goes to a6. Moving.
So now white's queen is free to move and substitute the bishop or the knight, potentially, as the blockader.
And
the knight is the ideal blockader.
Where do you think would be the best square currently for the queen to relocate to, since she can be freed of her duties as the blockader? Where should she go?
That's an excellent question, and I probably, if there was a dark square that I would. There's two dark squares that appeal to me, which are queen to b6 or queen to h4. Neither of which has any real effect, but the idea is to substitute either the knight or the bishop as the blockader for the queen. So even a move like queen to d2 is possible, because you can't advance without losing the pawn on d4, d5. And then you can shift a piece to become the blockader. So it's no longer the queen. So queen d3, queen d2, these are all things going through my head. Because really what I want to do now is play knight e2, d4. And if my knight is the blockader of that pawn, my knight is in the center of the board. It's got maximum mobility. It's a powerful knight. And the pawn on d5 is isolated and blocking the mobility of the bishop on d7. So I think that the knight on d4 would say it's better than the bishop on b7. Now, if you took, now don't think about this tactically, think about this positionally. You took that knight, that pawn on d5, and you moved it over to b5, then you prefer black, because then both bishops have great mobility,
Yeah.
very powerful. But if the knight gets to d4, it's the most powerful a knight can get. Centralized knight is strong. And if it's blocking a pawn that's blocking a bishop, it's to be preferred to that bishop. So this is a question of, when is a bishop and knight better than two bishops? Most people would take the two bishops every time. But in a case like this, when you need a blockader, the knight's the ideal blockader. If it can get to d4, it will be very, very happy. Very powerful. And if black has to use time to take it, you can only capture it really with the bishop. And so there's your two bishops gone. And you still have the isolated pawn. So white is to be preferred in this position based on pawn structure. His only compensation is the two bishops. But if a knight gets to d4, that's pretty much taken away. You no longer prefer the two bishops in that position. With a blockaded, isolated pawn, there's no attacking chances. So,
Awesome analysis, Jim. Let us move to Jin Chao Zhao, who's just having his way with this tournament. He is our tournament leader, all the way from China, and he's playing the tournament organizer. 15. I want to say he's 14 still. He's either Eric Lee, very young. Either way, not even old enough to drive yet. And he's FIDE master and a tournament organizer. Amazing. Let's take a look.
I'm very jealous. Okay, so this game opens with e4. That seems to be the theme. Sicilians seem to be the theme. This makes sense because everybody's got to try to play for a win. Knight f3. d6 now is the more standard. Or when I was growing up, it was played far more often than e6. e6 is a fine variation. A lot of advocates for it. d6 is just... The only thing that is interesting about d6 that is really different from e6, it allows the Rossolimo attack, which is bishop to b5 check.
Yep.
He doesn't play d4, which many people used to play automatically. This Rossolimo move with bishop to b5 check has come into fashion recently. It has come in and out of fashion and back in. So now a lot of strong players playing.
Yeah, it was very prominent in the Magnus Carlsen versus Viswanathan Anand World Championship match. When you start having things on the World Championship stage, then and especially those two guys, right? They have tons of fans. And I was a little sad, actually, that they were using it so much because the Moscow and the Rossolimo used to be a big part of what I would do to avoid a lot of the main lines. But now it's not such a obscure move anymore. No surprise
the
to
World
it.
Championship, everybody studies it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? I know that feeling. Yes, and especially when it's one of your favorites and people aren't as booked up as they are against other variations, then you've really got some confidence when you're playing it. But then when it becomes booked up by everybody, common knowledge for everyone, you don't have that same you're in my territory now feeling.
Yeah.
Right. So knight to d7 I don't think is normal, but
No.
it's certainly playable.
Yeah.
And so now white goes back to, okay, I'm going to dominate the center, d4. C takes d4, you've given up a center pawn for a wing pawn, which is the whole point of the Sicilian. Now you've got 2 pawns for black in the center and only 1 pawn for white in the center. The white's saying, so what? I'm going to look at my development. My queen is in the center of the board. I've got the center pawn on e4. I've got control over d5. The e5 square is under attack from both sides, so it's not clear who's controlling it. But I've got d4 and d5 and probably e4. So I've got 3 out of the 4 central squares. And what do you got? So white's achieved the position that he's happy with. Black says, well, my point is that what are you going to do with that bishop? Are you going to take it for a knight? Because I will take that trade every time. And you only have 1 centered pawn. So white says, yes, I'll take it for a knight. Black says, okay, now I'm happy. I don't have any real pawn weaknesses. The b6 square might be a little weak. It can't be defended by any pawn. So the b6 square, I'm already thinking, if I was playing, I'm already thinking, can I get a knight there? How do I get a knight there? And because that's a target for me now. But there's still other moves to be played. And what is interesting here is that white decides, okay, that b6 might not be my target right now, but I am going to secure my hold over the d5 square. The c pawn and e pawn are both attacking d5. That's, how is black going to play d5? It's not. It's a distant possibility at best. And so white is just putting a hammerlock on the d5 square. 1 central square. Now black does have the 2 bishops, don't forget. So he plays e5. He says, yep, you got d5. And I've given myself a backwards pawn on a half-open file and with dim prospects of going to d5. But I've now occupied e5, so you don't have any prospects of controlling it. I've attacked your queen on d4. It must move, taking time. And I'm fighting you now for the dark squares in the centers, d4 in particular, and has given up, I've opened up a line for my queen, and I can move my bishop d7 now. So I've increased its mobility. So all of the assets of e5 offset the deficit of having the pawn on d6. And the pawn on d6 is backwards on a half-open file. If you reach an ending, it will be a weakness, a terrible weakness. But there's a long way to go before the end game. The gods have placed the middle game. So there are many moves to be played before that weakness becomes apparent. So where does white put his queen? He says, okay, d3. It's going to be very difficult for you to attack it there. And it's protecting the pawns, both pawns. And it could shift along the 3rd rank very easily if I want to get aggressive someplace, either on the queen side or king side. I haven't tipped my hand yet. But right now it's influencing the center. It's well posted. d5. Very aggressive and really pretty much called for at this point in the game because, you really can't let white just complete his development. And white says, yes, I can. I just complete my development. I don't care if you take my pawn on c4. Black says, well, that was my point. I'm going to take on c4. It says, okay. Is my queen so badly posted on c4? I think not. And do I still have a secure lock on the d5 square? I do. You don't have any piece that can get to d4. I have pieces that can get to d5. Yeah, you've got the 2 bishops, long-range possibilities there. But right now, white's happy. But black says, well, think about this. What about bishop to e6? Because I'm attacking your queen. You're going to move it again. And now I'm fighting for that d5 that you thought you had under control. I've got now, if I play d5, I've got 2 pieces defending it. Right now, you've got 3, but I can bring up some more pieces. Maybe I can play d5 after all, eventually, not immediately. But I'd rather have my bishop on e6 than d7. But white says, oh, wait a minute. That gives me this chance to play queen to c6 check. Because you can't play queen d7. Because the rook on a8 is hanging. You're not going to play king to e7. Come on. That's king safety. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to play back. Oh, he just plays back. Because what can white do? Where's that queen going to go? It's got to go back to c7. c4 rather. And so black is saying, okay, I can reproduce this position. It seems like white is willing to grant me a draw here. Black is more ambitious at that. He says, okay, let's play this game. I'm playing for a win. Which, you'd have to say, is a good strategy for black, because even though he's playing a grandmaster and he has black, he's got to win. There's a lot of pressure to win if he wants to make a norm. A lot of pressure to win. Draw normally would be nice. I drew with black against the grandmaster. That's really good. But he's got to win. So.
Yeah, so a draw would get him into the 2400, which is one of the requirements for the IM title.
Excellent point.
But he might not get the norm. A win would accomplish both.
Right.
And this is very striking because again, Jin Chao is the tournament leader. He's got 4 points out of 5. He's been having his way with this tournament. And Eric Lee, the tournament organizer, had an opportunity. Again, he's like 14, 15 years old. Opportunity to take a draw against this famed Chinese grandmaster. And says, no, I'm going to play for the win.
He had an opportunity to repeat the position, and white could have played a different move, so it wouldn't have been a forced draw.
Yep.
But he didn't even bother to repeat the position. He didn't want to see if he was going to be a draw or not, because he was playing for a win. He made that decision. I'm not going to repeat the position because I'm playing for a win. And that message is heard by white. White cannot ignore that. That black is announced, I'm not here to draw you. I'm here to beat you. So queen b7 is a good move too, because it puts pressure on the b2 pawn, which would discourage the bishop from moving. Not prevent it from moving, but discourage it. And white says, okay, but I still got to get my king to safety and castle. I'm still not completed my development, but this is a good move anyway. Now, the thing about rook c8, the rook clearly belongs on the c file. It's the only open file on the board. Belongs there, so why not put it there? The question is look at the king side pieces for black. They're totally undeveloped. At some point, that's got to be a source of concern. You don't want to give up too much development. And so the rook does belong on c8, so I'm not criticizing it. Rook d1 is basically saying, I'm going to continue the pressure on d5. I'm not really threatening the pawn on d6 because it's adequately protected by the bishop on f8, but you're not getting d5 anytime soon. Very logical move. And now h6, again, it does not defend or help in terms of development, but it's a prophylactic move. It takes away the g5 square from either the knight or the bishop. So this is an advanced move. I like it. It doesn't solve the development problem, so black still has to play catch-up. Now, white wants to play the bishop, develop the bishop, but he doesn't want to lose the b-pawn. So he says, okay, I'll play b3. Now, there's two things about b3. One is it opens up the possibility of the bishop to develop along the b2 or a3, so it increases the mobility of the bishop on c1, which is good. It weakens the protection of the knight on c3, which is a minus. So which is more important? And white has made the decision that increasing the scope of the bishop is more important, because h3 really took away my good squares on the king side for my pieces. So maybe I'll put it on the queen side. And so black says, oh, phew, take a time. You gave me a minute. I'm taking it now to move my knight out and try to complete my development, get my king fine castled. And so white says, oh, but see now, here is the thing about the b3. I can move it to a3, the bishop to a3, and attacking your d pawn. What you gonna do? Uh-oh. Doesn't look very friendly. Doesn't look like that was a nice thing to do. I don't see, if you don't want to get bogged down in defensive moves. So what is black gonna do? Black says, okay, I'm gonna put d5 back into position, back into play. Now this is an interesting question, because if you could, white can play bishop takes d6 now. It looks like, but can he? Bishop takes d6, rook d8. That looks a little uncomfy.
Mm-hmm.
So he played bishop e6 to clear the d file for his rook, and indirectly defending the d6 pawn. So what does white do? White says, okay, I'll move my queen off the d file. You're right, I can't take it right away. But now I can. So what are you going to do? And I says, okay, you're right. You can't take it, I must defend it. Black says, okay, I'll just double on the backwards pawn. And then you'll be sorry. This is my plan all along. I'm going to make you pay. Just the way it is. You gave yourself this backwards pawn. I'm going to double my rooks on that file, and I'm going to take it. Bishop to e7. Rook a d1. Now he's starting to take it again. What are you going to do? The only way to defend it, rook d8. Now you've taken that rook off that beautiful c file and put it on a square where it has far less scope. So the rook went from powerful to not so good. You really want it to be castled so you can play your other rook to d8. Then you would be just happy and fine. That's not the way it works in chess. You don't get what you want all the time. Your opponent has something to say. And queen d2, oh man, now there's all sorts of pressure on that d6 pawn. You know what? Black says, you're right, I can't defend it. I'm going to get my king to safety. Now this is something that I hadn't thought of until this justice move. Castles also leaves the bishop on e7 unprotected. So knight takes e5 is possible, because pawn takes e5 is met by bishop takes e7. Ouch. That is awfully hard to stomach. Can't really allow that. So what black does now, but white has really gotten his way. The argument about whose strategy was better, white is clearly shown that his strategy was superior to black's. That d6 pawn has been a thorn in black's side from the opening moves. When as soon as he played e5, knew it was going to be a problem, and white has exploited it pretty ruthlessly. So now the bishop is again defended, so the knight on e5 is subject to attack, but you've also removed the defender, so can't they just play bishop takes d6? Well, bishop takes on d6, rook takes on d6. I'm saying, look at all the pieces. Look, I've taken 2 pawns. What are you going to do? Rook takes rook. Queen takes. Knight takes on e4 is possible, but white just takes back, black takes. So now it looks like white obviously can't play queen takes a6 now because the knight on e5 would be hanging. But it looks like he's won a clear pawn. And black has a slight advantage of the bishop over the knight, but the knight is well posted on e5. It's not a weak piece by any stretch of the imagination. So it looks like white is simply a pawn ahead. At this level, that might be sufficient. But let's keep going until we find where the moves are played. Knight f3, so now the a pawn is under threat to be captured, and that's the current position. And black's time is ticking. He's got less than 15 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, excellent rundown. Listening to you describe the ideas behind the moves is like listening to Vin Scully describe baseball, Jim.
That's a good compliment.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah, I am just, I am just amazed. I mean, I am a Northern California baseball fan. Oakland A's, San Francisco Giants.
Sure.
But when I was doing the chess study down in Bakersfield, I was doing a study with in like Delano and McFarland, some of these towns. There's another move outside of Bakersfield, with a lot of very socio-economic disadvantaged communities and poor performing schools and this and that, showing what chess can do. I got to listen to Vin Scully at night, and there is nothing better. I mean,
what a privilege.
Yeah.
Yes, he is one of the Hall of Fame all-time greats in baseball broadcasting.
Let's touch in on the final board that we haven't looked at.
Oh, sure.
And that is the living legend Leonid Udison. Raja Panjwani versus Leonid Udison. Raja's also been having a really good tournament. He's, I think he was 3 points out of 5. So he's also close to getting another norm as well. Let me rewind the moves on the other computer so I can do both simultaneously. And Jim, let's go ahead, take a look at it from the get-go.
This starts off 1d4, which is more in my comfort zone. I'm a d4 player myself. Knight f6 is an independent reply. You're not sure what setup black is going to take. You could play King's Indian, you can play Queen's Indian, you can play a Nimzo Indian. You can play a Queen's Gambit decline from this position. So it's independent. He's not tipped his hand. And f3, the same thing can be said for that. The developing move doesn't really tip his hand. e6. So he's saying, if you play c4 right now, I'm going to play bishop to b4 check, and we're going to go into a Nimzo Indian or Bogo Indian, something like that. And I'm happy to play that. But he doesn't. He decides that I'm going to play more of a Queen's Indian setup. Perfectly fine defense. Queen's Indian defense has stood the test of time. The option here for black is to put the bishop on either b7 or sometimes a6, but it is the flank development of the bishop rather than the central development. Because once you've played your pawn to e6, black's prospects on developing along that diagonal have been pretty well hampered. So he said, okay, I'm not going to develop along that diagonal. I'm going to develop along a different one. From the flank, attack the center from the flank. Attack it from a distance. c3. He says, okay, you're going to put your bishop on that diagonal. I'm going to put mine on that one too. But Black says, no. I'm putting it on a6. Because guess what? You have to defend your c4 pawn. You moved it there, so you're going to have to defend it. And he says, okay, queen c2. Pretty good. And Black strikes right back in the center. He says, okay, I'm going to trade a wing pawn for a center pawn if you let me. And White says, why would I let you? Now, this is really interesting to me because you got to really calculate this. And it turns out, it looks like pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. You can play knight takes d5. Winning a pawn. But that's not true, is it, Chris?
Are you talking about if move 6, d5?
No, he plays d5,
Okay.
move 6.
Uh-huh.
So that move has been played. And the captures have been taking place on d5.
Okay.
So we've got d5,
ex d5, cx d5, yep.
dx d5. And in this position, it looks like knight, superficially, it looks like knight can take the pawn on d5. And just win a pawn. So you're thinking, what was White doing?
No, yeah, because then White can play pawn to e4, right? Or queen e4 check, yeah. Queen e4
check.
Yeah, there's two different tactics. Queen e4 is way better. Way better, because
Yes.
pawn to e4 allows for a trade of bishops. Queen e4
Right.
is just a check fork.
Queen e4 wins material.
Yeah, even if knight
There's
e7, then the rook on a8 goes. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's a tactical
Can't
flaw
take that. Yep.
that it says you cannot play that pawn. So I've got that pawn to d5, and what does that give you an edge in terms of development? In terms of the elements of chess.
Advantage in space.
Advantage in space. So White already has a pawn in enemy territory. Now, he has 2 center pawns compared to Black's 1. He's got a knight that's attacking d4 and e5. He's probably going to play his other knight to c3, attacking d5 and e4. He can play e4 at any time. So it doesn't look like Black's efforts to attack that center are going to bear any fruit. So the question remains, is this attacking position that White has set up, has it given him a permanent advantage in space? And my answer is, well, let's wait and see. But I think it is a permanent advantage. So Black says, okay, I'm gonna develop my other bishop to the wing. And so White says, okay, I'm going to complete my development, put my bishop where it's supposed to go on g2, and I'm going to prepare to castle. And so Black says, yeah, I don't want you to be getting any ideas about playing d6 after my bishop.
Oops, I think I messed up a move somewhere. Hang on one second.
Okay.
Manually entering the moves. I will do that occasionally. Let's see. I think I did. Let's
e4,
see.
nf6,
Uh-huh.
nf3, e6, c4, b6, g3, bishop to a6, queen to c2, c5, d5, ex d5, cx d5, g6.
That's where I missed it. I played, yeah, I see what I did. All right, let me fix that real fast. Easy fix. Promote this, delete the other. And so we have g6 played on move 7. And
Yes.
then White plays bishop g2.
Correct. And now, because Black is going to play bishop to g7, he doesn't want to give white an opportunity to play d6, gaining more space further deeper into his territory. And I'm not saying that he would, but he doesn't want to allow that, so he plays d6. So now he's fighting for the dark center squares on e5 and d4 with his pawns. He's going to put his bishop on g7. He says, okay, you got the white squares, but I'm going to get the dark squares. And so even though you have this little tiny edge in space, I'm going to more than offset it by just controlling the dark squares in the center. So you can have half the center, I'll have the other. And that should be enough to give me equality. So white continues to castle, with castle to continue to complete his development, and black is aiming to do the same with bishop to g7. And so white plays rook to e1. The reason is he wants to advance his e-pawn, but he can't with his rook on f1 and the bishop on a6. So he gets the pawn out of the pin by moving the rook to the e file, and the pawn is going to advance, and that rook's scope, its mobility, is going to expand as that pawn moves forward. The rook will become more powerful. So it looks like it's a kind of silly move right now, but there's a definite logic behind it. And black continues his development, but continues his development with castling, gets his king to safety. So both kings are relatively safe now, and they're fighting for center control. e4 was what the whole point of rook e1 was. I wanted to advance that pawn to e4. And black says, okay, but I got another knight. I'm going to bring it into control e5, help control e5, so you can't continue to expand in the center. Continue your wildest dreams of gaining more space. So he plays h3. Now I'm going to have to think for a minute. What is the purpose of h3? The first thing I would think is that it takes away the knight g4, knight e5 idea. And I would say that's probably the logic behind it. He doesn't want to allow knight g4, knight e5. Which would help to solidify his control over the dark squares in the center and prevent e4, e5 permanently, or pretty close to permanently. And so black says, so I'm going to connect my rooks, complete my development by moving the queen to c7, which will support the d pawn and indirectly support the e5 square. Because if the pawn on d6 ever captures on e5, the queen will be there to continue its defense and help it when controlling the e5 square. Now, this is a move you see typically when a bishop goes to a6. Typically, a4, a5 is often played because you want to say to that bishop, don't forget that I might open that a file. And then my rook on a1, which was doing nothing, wasn't developed at all, will spring to life along the a file and become a very powerful attacking piece. And your bishop on a6 is unprotected, and I want to show you that that's not such a good idea. So a4 has got a really good point to it. Now, this is a surprising move, but I think I can explain it. c4. Now, why would you play c4? c4 seems like that's just pointless waste of time. You're giving up the d4 square. That's got to be a mistake. Well, the purpose of c4 is if white continues with this a5 idea, you can play b5. And you could be protecting that c4 pawn, which is now advanced into enemy territory. So it's a claim for space on the queen side. It's an answer to the a5 idea. So there are some good things to say about this move. The other thing that's crying out to be pointed out is that the knight to g4 e5 maneuver was denied. But how about knight to c5? And then f knight to d7 to e5. This is the way to activate the black's pieces. Black's pieces would spring to life. The bishop on g7 would have tremendous power. The white knights would be cooperating in the center of the board, attacking center squares, attacking squares close to the center, and causing all sorts of mischief. So there is a point to c4, although it looks a little funny. Knight to c3 says, okay, well, maybe I can go knight to b5, attack your queen, your d6 pawn. If you play bishop takes, I played pawn takes, and then you have that backward pawn on the half-open file. It's the a file. That a rook starts to really play a role in the game, and you've given up one of the two bishops. So, and my knight belongs on c3. It's the obvious square to put it. So what are you going to do while I'm doing all this mischief? Well, knight to c5. I cleared that square precisely to be able to play knight to c5. Now I'm attacking your e-pawn. Again, I've got two attackers. You've got three defenders. It's not in danger of being lost. But I'm attacking it. e5 doesn't look very promising to you because I can just take it and then blockade that isolated pawn on d5. And hey, look, I've got the d3 square that I can move to. Knight to d3 can really muddle up the works. So I'm attacking you now. I'm not just defending. I'm going on the offense. Also, look at that b3 square. I can move there. He says, yeah, I don't want you to move to d3. And look at my lovely d4 square that you left me. Now you have to work out the tactics here, because that knight on d4 is unprotected at this point. Can the knight on f6 move and expose it to capture? Can it take on d5, for example? No, because knight takes d5 would hit the queen. Can it take on e4? Well, you have to calculate. Gosh, I don't know. Can it? Maybe if you play knight takes e4, I just play knight b5. Getting your queen and pawn, and then take your knight on e4. So no, that doesn't really work. You got to calculate all these things. And black says, yeah, that doesn't really work, but what if I throw knight d3 in first? What are you going to do about that? Got to do something. And so white does do something. He moves the rook out of the way. Now you can't take that bishop on c1, but that bishop on c1 is not moved. And the knight is moved from b8 to d7 to c5 to d3, and then if it takes on c1, that's a 1, 2, 3, fourth move of it, and the bishop hasn't moved at all. It's a lot of time to give your opponent. So white says, okay, you know what? I opened up c5 not just for the knight, but maybe for the queen too. Huh. That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so, am I going to continue with the idea of knight b5? It's kind of missing the point because the queen's not attacked. I don't gain a tempo anymore. She says, oh yeah, my knight on d4 has to be protected. If it's not going to go to b5, what else is out there? Oh look, the c6 square. Gosh, that's deep in enemy territory. Look at what I've got. An outpost. Holy smokes, an outpost. On c6, deep in enemy territory. The knight is potentially a bone in black's throat. So he says, okay, I moved that knight a lot, but I'm going to take that bishop on c1. I'm not liking the way this is going.
Getting rid of your own knight on the 6th rank. So both sides have a knight on the 6th rank.
Yes, but black just chose to give his knight up for the bishop on c1, which it has not moved.
What? Why is that a good idea? Why not just leave the knight there on d3?
Okay, good question. I should have pointed this out. So after knight c6, he does take the bishop. And why? I would say because he's threatening bishop d3.
Ah, got it.
And the queen has no place to go.
That is Yeah, that is winning a queen. Good reason to good reason to take the bishop.
Even though he's played all these moves of the knight, the bishop hasn't moved at all. He takes it because the threat of bishop to e3 is intolerable. So now I would say that white's development is complete. Black is not completely developed, but close to completing his development. But that bishop on a6 does not look as well posted.
Well, now that white's the only one with a knight in the 6th, I'm really starting to like white's position better.
You would have to give an edge to white based on that knight on c6.
That is a beautiful, beautiful, powerful knight, and it's just going to be there for the foreseeable future, unless Leonid decides to use his bishop on a6 to exchange for it.
Right. So bishop to b7 is something you should think about. And he plays knight to d7 instead, because look, it opens up the range of the bishop on g7.
Yeah.
So that bishop is now very powerful. It could take that knight on c3 anytime it wants. It's probably not going to, but it helps to control the e5 and d4 squares. And maybe the knight to e5 is the way he's going to get rid of that strong knight on c6.
I'm really, tempted at this point, if I'm white, to use that square I created on h2, maybe for my king. Get it off the diagonal with the queen and get maybe f4. F4.
And then you're thinking f4 and secure the center that way, yes.
Yeah.
And that is one very viable, reasonable way to think and to proceed. But white says, you know what?
Wow.
I'm going to play e5 right away. I'm not going to prepare it with f4. I'm just going to open up. Now look at that bishop on g2, which was doing pretty much little.
Yeah.
Very little. And now its scope is starting to enter into the game. Is that a decisive factor? And now, how are you going to capture on e5? This is really, really difficult. You don't want to take with that bishop because that bishop is so powerful. I would think I would take with the knight. But then that would allow knight to e4.
Threatening the queen. Does the queen have a square to go to after that?
No.
Yeah. No, does not. Yeah, so that would that would lose the queen again. That would lose the queen again. So this queen c5 move, this is twice now that the queen could potentially be trapped on c5.
Yes. And it's worth pointing out that knight e4 trapping the queen. The queen could technically play queen takes d5, but the tactic that white has up his sleeve is knight f6 check.
Or knight e7 check, right? Knight c6.
That's also fun.
Yeah.
It's also true, right?
Yeah. He's got two knights to...
So either way, the d pawn can't be taken.
Yeah.
So knight takes, or bishop takes, knight e4 is a massive threat.
E5 is just a really, really nice move.
It's a really good move.
It might be, it could be a maybe even a potential game-winning move. And maybe it could be a potential norm-earning move. Uh-oh, we lost Jim. Let me reconnect. Here we go.
Chris.
Yeah, you're back. So it could be a game-winning move. It could be a norm-earning move.
Chris?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm back. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I disconnected there in a very exciting position.
Yeah, it was so exciting that we dropped the call too. It happens. Leonid plays f5.
And the reason he plays f5 is he can't allow knight e4.
Because that would trap the queen. Yeah. So he's had to trade a knight that he moved 4 times for a bishop that hadn't moved at all to save his queen. And now he's had to play f5 to stop knight e4 to save his queen.
Exactly.
This is a real problem. That queen on c5. A real problem.
I wonder if that was a mistake. It didn't look like it at the time, but all of these, it was funny when he got his knight to c6, all of a sudden the queen had no squares, and it started to be a real factor.
Yeah, the whole idea of pawn c4 looked a little funny, but it created the square for knight c5. And then queen c5, right? But, maybe even going back to move 13 c4, that might be where things went wrong, because after 13 c4, then putting the knight there, putting the queen there, it seemed like it just wanted to be played.
Well, it's a very good question, and we'll have to analyze further whether c4 was a mistake, because it certainly allowed knight c5, knight d3, so it looks like that's pretty good. But maybe following it up with queen c5 was not what black should have done.
Yeah.
And that might have it might have looked tempting and he couldn't resist it. But in the long run, it may have freed white up too much because of counterattacking chances against the queen. Lets him get away with moves like e5. So now f5 was forced, and that it looks forced to me, and so that allows white to take on d6. And this was hard to see that was going to happen. If the e pawn ever went to e5, I would have assumed that the d pawn would have taken it. But so moving to e5 with a free move to take on d6 didn't even enter my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to restore material equality, so you play queen d6, which allows rook e6, hitting your queen again. So white's pieces are continuing to enter into enemy territory and gaining more space, more mobility. The pieces are continuing to get more powerful as we go along. And the queen now has an embarrassment of moves that it can play through. There's the choice of going to c7 or c5. And he does play it, returns it to c5. I don't know, man. This is looking...
Back to that cursed c5 square. Yeah.
Right. And now the knight can't go to c5 attacking the rook. But this next move is very surprising to me, and I really, really like it. d6. Now the knight can give check on e7, and it's protected. It's difficult to take that pawn on d6. You can't right now. It's going to be hard to figure out how you're ever going to be able to take it. And the knight on e7 is a serious threat. So he deals with it by moving the king away, which seems reasonable. But white plays queen to d2, and he says, okay, now I advanced my pawn to d6. I've gained more space, and my bishop on g7 has sprung to life. This has got to be uncomfortable for you. What are you going to do? Oh, man. Well, I've got to play bishop to b7, I think, because otherwise a knight to e7 is going to be very powerful. And now, at least, if he does move to e7, I can take the bishop on g2 and remove that powerful attacking piece. But this move is also splendid. This next move by white, splendid move, b4. says, that queen really doesn't have anywhere to go. I'll attack it.
Again. Yeah.
Again, exploiting the position of the queen on c5. Because c takes b3 en passant is forced. Otherwise, the queen is lost.
Mm-hmm.
But then, look at this move.
My goodness.
I love it.
Knight to b1.
Because the only move the queen has that's safe to move to was a3, and he takes away with knight b1. Wow.
This is just such a beautiful, beautiful game. And, at whether it was because of the pawn c4 or whether it was because of the actual just queen c5 on move 16,
Right.
the queen on c5 became an unlikely target
Not once.
4 times. Yeah, 4 times.
Not twice.
And it's so beautiful because obviously queens are the most, they're the easiest piece to move away from a threat.
Yes.
Almost always, because they can go.
Very difficult to trap a queen.
It's
Yeah.
very hard, and to have this happen 4 times, wow.
So you can see that Black thought on queen c5, he didn't think he was going to get trapped. Because it's just not, it doesn't happen that often, and it's not something you don't get your spider sense tingling or alarm bells don't go off. You think my queen's in the center of the board on c5, it's always going to have an option to move someplace, but not in this game. White played so instructively well how to got an initial advantage in space and expanded it, and with gaining tempo when he was expanding. And his pieces were all so powerful towards the end of the game. And Blacks were just
25 great moves. I can't find a questionable move in White's play. This is a real achievement for young Raja Penjwani to take a storied grandmaster like Leonid Yudisin, a veteran grandmaster, down in 25. Wow.
Yeah.
This has got to be one of the high points in his career.
This is impressive.
Very, very impressive. That was just remarkable. Jim, let's take
a lot of,
yeah, go ahead.
I was saying we have a lot of results now.
Okay, let's take a break, and then we'll go take a look at those results real fast.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and run the ads, and then I'll give you a call back when we're ready.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE Futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards sets and boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the EAT Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And if, even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the EAT Foundation does. The EAT Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the EAT Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your leg? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions.
Use a bunch of more great games.
Greetings, chess players. We are back. My name is Chris Torres. I am joined by Jim Ead, not through Skype, but on the phone, due to a little bit of a glitch I'm having with some software, but it's working and it's working well. And we are watching some incredible chess played in Northern California. We're watching live from kind of Jim in my backyard. It's so wonderful to see local players performing so well against international talent. This is round 6 of the Mission 360, an organization started by 2 high school FIDE masters. Bay Area Chess, the big organization that puts on so many wonderful school programs and tournaments in the Bay Area. The Mission 360 Bay Area Chess Grandmaster Norm Tournament number 1. I say number 1 because very shortly, as we were talking to Kevin Pan, you can watch yesterday's broadcast, we've got 2 more of these on tap. In fact, many of the players are just going to hang out in the Bay Area this week. Many of the players who have traveled here for this tournament are going to be playing again next weekend. This is live over-the-board chess at the highest levels And it's just so wonderful to see locally. And it's even made better with the explanations of the moves that FIDE Master James Eade is giving us today. Thank you again, Jim.
My pleasure, Chris.
This has just been so entertaining and so insightful. Before we go look at those last things, I wanna go look at these websites real fast, so I give proper thanks to the people who deserve the deserve to be mentioned here. Let me. All right, so here I am at the Daily Chess Musings page. Let me make sure I'm showing this. Yep, it's on the browser. This is my personal page, and from here, you just click on the Chess Musings blog, and you can enter the free raffle. If you're following us on Twitch, enter the free raffle. It takes but moments to enter the free raffle, and in a couple days, I think like 2 days, I'm giving away a bunch of gift certificates for, you can use anything chess related from American Chess Equipment. If you want to get yourself a new tournament set, do it. If you want to get a nice clock, do it. If you want to get a really nice, elegant wooden set of chess pieces, you could use the gift card to get you closer to that goal. I'll be giving those away soon. But I want to go look at some of these. Sorry, I'm scrolling so fast. I hope I'm not making anybody dizzy. First, let's look at Mission 3. No, that's not the right link. Come on, Chris. Must see live action. Let's click on this blog post, and right here I've got a link to Mission 360. Let's take a quick look. Mission 360 Foundation, started by high school FIDE master Kevin Pan and high school FIDE master Eric Lee. In fact, when this was started, Eric Lee wasn't even in high school yet. I think he was in the 8th grade when these guys started this. They have met. Look, there they are hanging out with Magnus Carlsen in Dubai. You look to the right of Magnus Carlsen, follow my arrow. You go one. Well, actually, it's his left, right? But it's to the right of him from our perspective. 1, 2, boom. There's Kevin Pan in Dubai, hanging out with Magnus Carlsen and Judith Polgar during the World Championship match. These guys are putting on numerous events. You click on events, and this is fantastic, Jim. We've got
It really is.
March 25th through 29th, the Grandmaster International Master Norm Tournament. Guess what? They're going to do it again April 1st through 5th. A Grandmaster International Master Invitational Norm Tournament. And that's not all. On April 6th through 11th, they're going to do it again. This is the first of 3 in a row. Opportunities for players in the United States to get norms. If you are, or you know somebody who's very talented, maybe they're a U.S. Chess Federation chess master, but maybe they aren't a FIDE master yet. Maybe if they are, they're looking for opportunities, but they don't want to have to go all the way to Hungary or to Bulgaria to get these well, they could come to the Bay Area. They could come hang out with us and get these norms that are so hard to come by. They're usually very rare. Usually, maybe if we're lucky, once a year in Northern California do we have something like this. Not 2, 3 a month. And then FIDE Hybrid Tournament, May 7th and 8th. That's another one of those. We've done some of these broadcasts. That's where a team of players will show up and be sitting in the Bay Area and play against another team of masters somewhere else in the world using the power of the internet. It is all FIDE rated. So that is Mission 360. I am blown away with what these young men are able to accomplish. Let's look at Bay Area chess. None of this would be possible without Bay Area Chess, giving the site, giving all this back end support to Mission 360. Thank you so much, Bay Area Chess, Salman Azar. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. And here's the Bay Area Chess Tournament. I'm going to be at a bunch of these tournaments myself. I'm either broadcasting them or I'm actually going to be at the Cal Chess Super States on April 9th and 10th at the Santa Clara Convention Center. I'll be there. And I'll be looking at games, looking for brilliancies. And the winners of those brilliancy prizes will receive autographed books from James Eade. And speaking of James Eade, let's go back. Let's go. You know, I forgot Cal Chess. You got to look at Cal Chess. I forgot to look at the Cal Chess website. Tom Langland, president of Cal Chess. He's also the FIDE arbiter, the top tournament director in our area. Anytime a big thing's happening, this guy, he'll drop what he's doing somehow and be there to help. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. I've run big tournaments. I had Susan Polgar out. All this stuff I was able to do with the help of Tom. So go check out the Cal Chess website, calchess.org. While you're there, check out the Cal Chess Journal. Look at the tournament calendars. There's tournaments for all levels of players happening in Northern California. And now let's look at the Eade Foundation. We've got James Eade on the phone with us right now. We're looking at the Eade Foundation, and let me see if I can find. I want to find. Let's see. Okay, so there's partners, programs. I think this is where. Yeah, there's the Arthur Awards. Now, James, can you give us a little details on these Arthur Awards? Because you've given one to Abhimanyu Mishra. He's now a grandmaster, youngest grandmaster in history, by the way. And one to Alexei Root. And now one to Jason Liang. Tell us about these Arthur Awards and why these are special to you.
It's really special to me, Chris, because my father, Arthur Eade, taught me the game of chess. And as I often say, it's a lifelong gift when you teach a youngster to play chess, to learn about chess, and become part of the chess communities. And my dad taught me. And so shortly after his passing, I started the Eade Foundation, and it wasn't clear that, it was not about me, it was about him. So I started the Arthur Awards, which was, he was Arthur Eade, and they are given for chess excellence each year. There's a prize of $1,000 that goes to the best essay that was submitted during that year. Of how they're going to use their chess excellence to further the program's missions of the Eade Foundation. And the first award winner was then I.M. Mishra, and he needed it to try to achieve his GM status. And he was also going to, he committed to giving back to chess communities through simul's, through lectures, that sort of thing. And lo and behold, the very next year, this is on the site, this is a picture of the two of us at the U.S. Open last year in New Jersey. And he had become a grandmaster and even had his picture on the cover of Chess Life. But as his father told me, when he was an IM, there weren't very many people that were helping him. And, there's a lot of work that goes into becoming a grandmaster, a lot of work, a lot of travel, a lot of it falls on the parents when the child is that young. He's growing into a young man now, but he's, from the age of 12, trying to get to and from. You don't have a driver's license. So the parents have a burden that's placed on them to support their gifted child. And so the Eade Foundation stepped up with the Arthur Award, and that helped. And now that he's become a grandmaster, and he's got his picture on the front of the cover of Chess Live, he's getting all sorts of sponsorship possibilities and help and assistance. But when you're getting started, it's not always so obvious that people are going to help you. And so his father, I think, are very grateful for the foundation. It was a very fitting first Arthur Award winner. And the next year, in 2021, we gave it to Alexi Root from UQ Dallas, who's been a former women's national champion in the United States. And she was going to write a history of the U.S. Women's Championship. And there's a lot of strong women players that we have forgotten about, that people didn't know about. Growing up today, they don't remember. They've never met them. So she's writing a book, and it has been written, and McFarland is going to publish it sometime in the not-so-distant future. So McFarland is a well-known book publisher in the chess world, and they produce quality products. So the donation of $1,000 to her to help her do her research was very useful. Allowed her to go to the James White Library in Cleveland and do some research that's not available everywhere. You can't just look it up on the internet. You have to go to these places and do the research. You have to contact a lot of people because some of these people have passed away and you can't interview them directly. And score sheets are difficult to find. So she had to go to the Marshall and do some searching for score sheets so that she could have an example of at least one game from each player that was featured in her book. So that was great. And now if you go to the homepage, you can see there's actually a video of my discussion with Jason Liang and his father. And his father was very clear. He's a very accomplished person in his own right. He was very clear that there was a lot of burden to give Jason the opportunities to become an international master. But there are more and more opportunities in the United States. It's not necessary to go to Europe anymore. New York City has always had some, but there's even the Charlotte Chess Club has become a really vibrant place to give players an opportunity to compete against some of the world's best. And St. Louis has done this, but that's really for the top players. Now the San Francisco Bay Area has stepped into the game. It's part of the picture where these players that are young and rising get the opportunity to gain experience, to gain rating points, to gain norms. It's just wonderful to be part of this, what's going on in the San Francisco Bay Area now. I'm very proud of everyone who's contributed their time, energies, and money to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is an exciting time, and there were a lot of discussions. This doesn't happen overnight. There were a lot of meetings with different individuals, and all of it's come together, and it's almost like a dream come true, honestly, from the standpoint of where we were in 2020 to where we are now in 2022. We knew it was a possibility. We were working toward it, but it's just amazing. And now we're rewarded with the fruits of these efforts, and it's just incredible to see local talent. We've always had so much local talent in Northern California, but it's been very hard for them to get the norms. And some of them have. Many of them have. Vinay Bhatt, Sam Shanklin, Hans Niemann, Daniel Naroditsky. They've done it, but they had to go outside of the Bay Area to do it. And this is very special to be able to do this at home for our local players.
Yeah, it's a good thing to shout out to Sam Shanklin. He's a grandmaster, and he's competing with the world's elite now.
Yeah.
He got us in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Yeah, Sam Shanklin, Sam Sevian, Hans Niemann, Vinay Bhatt. There's a bunch. There's a bunch. Josiah Stearman, he's on his way. Yeah. I mean, it just goes and goes, and it's so neat to watch. Daniel Naroditsky. We were talking about the Charlotte Chess Center.
Yes, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's him over there. And if you go back in his U.S. Chess Federation tournament history, I have a neat little distinction as being the tournament director for his very first rated tournament. He came down to Cupertino, and he was just a little guy, unrated, and he I think he got second place in this weekly tournament, but it was the start of things. So I've watched these players grow up. Milan Mady, I've watched him grow up. He's playing in this tournament that we're watching, and it is just so awesome to see this happen, where these players can, the big stage is now local. That's neat. I mean, in decades past, everybody wants to go to Vacon Z, or everybody wants to go to Linares, or or Hungary for their titled their norm events, right? And
Right.
we're doing that in the Bay Area now. Wow, just really neat stuff. Um, let's go get back to the games and look
Okay.
at. I want to look at. Let me make sure I did the. I didn't do the screen right. I'm gonna put on the slideshow so everybody can see. What these local players look like. And I want to look. Let's finish up. We'll go back to board 3. Robert Shlyatenko versus Kostya, and that game finished. When we left, we were on move 25A6. Let's see what happened.
Well, if you remember, I said that I wanted my queen on the dark square, and it was either h4 or b6.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't seem much reason for h4, and as I thought, white played queen to b6. And black responded with bishop to d6, which was a good move, because you think, well, there's 2 attackers on that d pawn, only one defender. Can't I take it? The answer is no, because if you do take it, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5. There's this bishop to h2 check that exposes you have to respond to the check, and then queen takes d5. You're down material. So that pawn looks like it's hanging, but it is not. Cannot be captured. It's a good way to get that bishop back in the game, because what black has going for him now is the 2 bishops. What white has is a superior pawn structure. We talked about pawn islands. There's only 2 pawn islands for white. There's 3 for black, and 2 of those pawns are isolated. And so the pawn structure is weaker for black, but the 2 bishops generally, especially as you approach the ending, are superior to the bishop and knight. The reason is the bishop and knight are more difficult to coordinate than the 2 bishops, and the bishops are long-range attacking pieces, so they can cover both sides of the board, where the knight has more trouble doing that. It's either present on one side or the other, or ideally it's centralized in the middle where it can jump to either side. But that's not always the case in some endings. Sometimes the action flips back and forth between both sides of the boards, and the bishops are more comfortable with that type of game. So what white does is say, okay, that bishop to d6, I can't take that pawn now, but I'll drop back and attack it again. So now I have 3 attackers. You only have 1 defender. So you're going to have to respond to that some way. And he does with just simply playing bishop to e5. So now the pawn is attacked 3 times, it's defended 3 times. Both the black bishop, queen, and rook are defending the d5 square, so it's now, again, immune to capture. And so what is the next move for white? Well, he says, okay, you've got 3 pieces defending it, I can't take it. What if I attack that rook? Uh-oh. Black's gotta be thinking now, that's a problem. I can't let that rook be taken. And if I play bishop b7, then the bishop to c7, he can take it, the queen's off it. Then he's got 3 attackers, and I've only got two defenders, so that pawn would be lost. So I'm going to move my rook to c8. Now, this is interesting. The question is, can I take that pawn on d5? Knight takes, bishop takes. Either way you recapture, there's a problem, and it's on the back rank.
Yeah.
So, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, say queen takes d5, queen takes d5, rook takes d5, rook c1, check. Oops.
Wow.
Yeah. Knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, rook. This is more interesting to me because rook c1 check can be met by rook to d1, which is also check. So we have to spend some time calculating, why can't he play knight takes, bishop takes, rook takes? Because that rook is now turning check. Well, one possibility, I'm going to have to calculate this out because that looks dangerous to me.
It really, really does. The king is not happy. You see that early f6, right? White's taking advantage of this situation because the black king's on g8, the queen's on b3. So when things clear out, there's like this check that appears in the middle of it. Otherwise, if it wasn't for that check, then it would be black who would be threatening a back rank mate, because the bishop on e5 is taking the Luft square of h2. Fascinating.
Very. I'm still not sure. Knight takes d5.
I wonder if you should just move the king. If knight takes d5, just move your king like to h8 or something. Get it off the diagonal with the queen so there's no double check threat. And then the knight's pinned to the rook.
Is it though? The queen supports.
Oh, the queen. The queen's still supporting it. You're right.
And you do want to get off the idea here. Knight takes, bishop takes, rook takes. There's still that threat. So you're saying knight takes, move the king. This is interesting. Because what if knight says, I'm going to retreat to c3 or e3? Then do you have queen c6? Which threatens. It's a very interesting game, but it's not clear to me.
It's a dangerous capture.
Yes.
I think obviously these guys use a lot of time to calculate,
Right.
and also obviously I think some of it has to do with mindset. If you're feeling rather adventurous and you can't quite see it all the way through, then knight takes d5.
Oh, that's where the.
I think especially because it looks like all your analysis, that you were just suggesting, it looks like you can just get away with taking the pawn. It looks like
First glance.
yeah,
First glance, that's what it looks like to me.
yeah. It looks like black cannot take back, and it looks like white's got the bigger threats. Let's see what happens. Bishop to e or d4. So he does not. Robert does not. That'll be a good one for anybody who's watching this video or watches the review of this video. Do some analysis on the last position we were in. Should white have taken the pawn or not? Robert says not. So bishop to d4. What do you think about that, Jim?
If you're not going to play knight takes d5, then you want to blockade that d pawn.
Yep.
And so that's where the bishop belongs on d4. And eventually I would be thinking of knight e2, because the knight is the ideal blockader. And if you move the knight to d4, then there's no prospect of dislodging that knight.
Mm-hmm.
And it is going to be a blockader, and it would be very well posted. And there would be no chances for black to win. And black would probably just get into a defensive crouch and try to hold the position. So bishop d4 is his second best defender, second best blockader, that is. So it's a good place. It's a good place to have the bishop. The other idea, besides taking on d5, you might consider playing knight to e2, so that you can get the knight to d4. But bishop d4 is fine. It's very solid.
And it's asking black to get rid of that nice bishop pair that's been on adjacent diagonals, and especially that dark bishop is the one that's keeps the threat of the back rank mate alive.
Right.
And
he's threatening.
Yeah.
And he is threatening bishop takes bishop, pawn takes, and then knight takes d5.
Uh-huh.
So black has to do something. He can't just allow that. So he plays bishop to b8.
Makes sense.
Now that's an excellent idea, because what you're threatening is to put the queen on c7 or d6 and form a battery to attack h2. And if the queen gets in on the king's defensive position, the king's vulnerability, king's safety becomes an issue.
Yep.
And this may not be something that black can tolerate. So I'm interested in this next move, bishop to e3. Renewing the attack on the d5 pawn. It's got 3 attackers, 2 defenders. So you can't really get away with queen d6 or queen c7, because knight takes is in the air. Queen check, king to f1, queen check again, king to e2. You're safe.
Yep.
And then there's that threat of a double check from the knight on d5. So it seems like black has to defend that d pawn with rook d8. Doesn't have time to try to set up the battery.
Yeah.
And he does play rook d8. And so now rook b6 attacks it again. So he comes to rook e8, because now if he sets up the battery, there's no e-file escape. So this can be tough. But bishop d3 says, okay, now I have that e-file to escape to, so that d pawn's hanging now. What are you going to do about it? And black says, well, I'll defend it again.
And
says, I'll attack the rook again. So I'll set up the same position, and now we've got into repetition of moves, and they agree to a draw.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, the opportunity, either missed or not, was the knight takes d5. And what move was that on? I should make a note of this to go back and take a look at it deeply. That was, let's see. Rewind a little bit. That was... Where were we with the knight takes d5? That was really interesting.
It was, I think...
it was move 29. 29, yeah.
Yeah, well, after 28, rook c8.
Uh-huh.
And he played 29, knight takes d5.
Yeah, I'll go. I'm going to turn the analysis on, and just use cheat mode a little bit and play through the moves. So if 29 knight takes d5, the computer's saying king to h8. So computer is liking that, moving the king, not taking back, because your analysis was right on that. Um, and then uh, looks like knight takes f6 or knight to e3.
Knight to e3 is the move I would play.
Yeah, because you're defending your rook on d1, and then black could play queen c6, which is something you mentioned, of course, threatening
Right.
g2, right? And then
The knight on e3 is defending g2, so it's not an immediate threat.
and then it's suggesting pawn to f3, bishop a7, or queen b4. Queen b4 being the most fascinating of the moves,
Wow.
in my opinion. Queen b4, and the idea is both sides are threatening a back rank mate, and very interesting stuff. Certainly could have been played, and it says it gives white a solid advantage, is what the computer is saying. But these guys don't have a little cheat button to use,
Right.
And some of these moves were very, very non-human.
If white had an opportunity to win, I think knight takes d5 is it.
Yeah.
And I think if you have to play king h8, which is both what you and the computer agreed on, I think knight e3 holds everything and leaves you a pawn up.
Yeah. Without your analysis, though, I'm telling you, I would have taken back and lost spectacularly. But you convinced me. You convinced me that king needed to move.
Right.
All right. So let's. That was a fun draw. That was a really fun draw. Let's go to Josiah's board. If I can find that real fast. I think that's where I was going, or was I going to Millen's? Let me see where I was going to go next.
Well, we haven't looked at that board one yet.
Not in a long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go back to Josiah's board. Josiah Stearman versus Balaji Daggubati. Balaji has been doing excellent. Josiah's been doing excellent. So this should be quite exciting. And we left it at 16 queen c2, and a lot has happened.
Right.
To say the least.
A tremendously interesting piece sacrificed by black, and now he's temporarily 2 pieces down. He's forming a massive pawn formation in the center. So when he recaptures that one piece, he's going to say, I've got compensation based on the advanced protected pass pawns in the center.
Yeah.
But does it constitute real compensation? Enough compensation? This is what we were trying to decide at the time. But black at this point in time plays the f-rook captures on c8. So he's basically saying, okay, we love that rook on f8. But he's saying, okay, I'm not going to be continuing to attack on the f file, but I'm going to protect that bishop on c5, and depending on what black plays, I'll be able to move it. And it's a very, very interesting position to me, because it's very double-edged still. And even if we say, look at white's back rank, the pieces are on their original squares.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's got an extra piece, but all of black's pieces are developed. Now, doesn't that sort of tell you that the black must have something good in here? And we actually talked about this a little bit. b4 threatens to, the bishop retreats, you can trade queens. And if you trade queens, then you're really pretty happy, because, that really reduces any attacking chances. And the piece that you won becomes that much more valuable. So doesn't this seem like a clear way to ease the burden of defense for black? Well, once again, black ignores it. This is really, really great. He takes on f4. Can he just give up another piece? Is that what he's doing? The answer is no, he's not giving up another piece. Because the threat is queen to e5 check, picking up the rook on e1.
Wow. That is that is just beautiful.
Yes.
Responding to the pin of the bishop in my mental calculations, however long it was ago we were on board one, this thought never even occurred to me, and it's the reason why Balaji is playing in this kind of tournament, and Balaji and Josiah, they are both going full out trying to earn the norms they need in this game.
Yeah, wins are at a premium in this type of position, in this type of tournament, because you've got to achieve the norms. That requires you to win. You can't just settle for draws every round. That won't get done.
With three of these in a row, somebody could become an international master or a grandmaster just from playing in the series of tournaments.
Right.
if they perform exceedingly well. This is very unique.
But what I like about this is that it's a knee-jerk response when the pawn to b4 is played to move the bishop. It's attack.
Mm-hmm.
But black saw, hey, you can't take time to take it because I'll get more material. So I'll take the time to take that pawn in at 4. So now look at this position. I have 2, 4, 6, 7 pawns. You have 4 pawns. I'm 3 pawns up for that piece. That is adequate material compensation. And they're on the center of the board. Holy smokes. That might be more than enough compensation. But is it? These are the questions that white and black are asking themselves.
The two players probably didn't know, for sure, I would say. But they're willing to find out in real time because, again, the norms are, winning. Winning is your path to the norm. So you're willing to risk a little bit more.
And you have to take these risks. And this does, both players may feel like I've got an advantage, but both players know that they may have miscalculated. Their judgment call, both white and black have made the judgment call that these pawns do or do not represent adequate compensation for a piece. Black is hoping that they are. White is hoping that they aren't. But is it definitive, clear? It's certainly not clear. So after e takes f4, white's play of queen c3 would look like it's mysterious, except it takes away that e5 check. So now the bishop is threatened to be captured. And if it's threatened to be captured, it must retreat, perhaps advance, but it has to move. And then the queens come off the board, and then white is saying, shoot, I dodged one there. And the question of whether that black has adequate compensation for the piece is asked again. But whoa, he says, I don't have to retreat that bishop. Why don't I play queen d6? Holy cow.
So many high-level counterintuitive moves. Just this game is so high level yet counterintuitive.
Yes, it is. Because, if you played the b4 pawn takes on c5, what's the answer? The answer looks like would be rook takes c5.
Yeah.
Now you're down 2 pieces. But
And then you got to keep your queen on the same diagonal, right? Because you're still worried about that queen e5 check fork.
Right.
Yeah.
And how do you do that, though? You can't play to b2 because there's a rook on the b5.
You only have one square. D4.
If you want to keep it on that diagonal and prevent queen e5 check, you're going to have to play it to d4. But that runs into rook c4.
Yep. Yep. Wow.
So it doesn't look like you can play pawn takes.
It does not. Yeah. It looks like it's just going to be so much trouble because of the possible fork of queen e5.
And now the bishop can move, and you're not trading queens. This is amazing. But does White have an answer to this?
Well, it's Josiah, so yeah, he does. Bishop b2. Threatening checkmate. And
Threatens checkmate.
and it takes care, Jim, it takes care of that whole e5 problem. There's not going to be a fork on the king and rook anymore.
That's right. So all of a sudden, you're saying, now I can take that bishop or mate you. What's your choice? Well, there's a third option, and that's what White plays. He says d4.
Oh my goodness.
And d4 says, oh, I'm going to block that mate threat, and then I have the opportunity to move the bishop, play queen e5 check. I have options here that you didn't consider when you played b4. So Black is saying, I've got the better game. And White is saying, not so fast. I'm just going to play queen d2. And what are you going to do with your bishop? And so Black says, okay, now's the time to retreat, because guess what? We didn't trade queens. I still got my queen on the board.
Amazing. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that the queens would have been traded.
Right.
Yeah.
I can understand that, because it looks that way. But is it that way? And the answer really is no, it's not. Holy smokes. Now it looks like Black's gotten everything he's wanted.
Yep.
He's kept the queens on the board. He's gotten 2, 4, 6, 7 pawns. So the material advantage is compensation has been established in terms of that. But there's so much that goes into it, the piece versus the pawns. It's not clear if the black pawns are sufficient advantage. But if they are, they might be a winning advantage. So what does White do? White seems to have trouble now. White says, you know what? My king is in the way of my bishop. I want to get my bishop in the game. How am I going to do that? King to d1. Looks like a kind of a crazy move, because you're just trying to survive an attack, and you're moving the king. Is it safer on d1? And you're not going to be able to connect your rooks. And I've got a lot of questions that this doesn't really answer.
But now that bishop on f1 could go to d3, which looks pretty good, or a6, which looks pretty good.
Bishop to a6 would hit the rook. You develop with tempo, which is what you want, and you want to get the pieces into action. There are advantages that you have an extra piece. Well, if it's on f1 and can't move, it's not an advantage.
And once
so it gets out of the way.
Once you get the bishop out, maybe like with the bishop a6 threatening the rook, then you can get the rook off the h1.
Right.
Yeah. And all of a sudden white would start looking pretty good.
Right. And so now Black says, okay, but I will connect my pawns. And now d4 and f4 are protected, and they're danced into enemy territory. This is where my advantage is. I've got the compensation based on these pawns. Because if they start rolling, you will be sorry. So bishop to a6 is played, hitting the rook, so it's a developing move with tempo. Black must respond to this. We think, so far, every time we've said, you've got to do something,
Yep.
It's not been true. But in this case, it is true. He does have to move the rook. He moves it to c7.
Okay, and that's an interesting choice because you can't put the other. Well, we shouldn't ever say you can't do something, as
Yeah.
you've pointed out in this game. But you can't move the rook from b8 to c8. We would think, because the bishop's still attacking that. So, why did he move his rook to the 7th rank? Why didn't?
Well, I think he wants the c file still to cut off the king from moving there.
Okay.
And now he can move the other rook into action on the e file, for example, or the f file, but in order to advance his pawns. His center pawns, he really, really wants to play e4 right now.
Yeah, and that's easier done if there's a rook on e8, right?
Right.
Okay.
So he could have played rook to e8 right then, and I think the reason is he's trying to get a rook to keep the king from running away.
Yeah, makes sense. If you would have put the rook straight away to e8, then it has nothing to do with stacking the rooks in the c file in the near future. It has everything to do with keeping white's king where it is.
Right. And then the advance of the center pawns would make it very difficult to calculate. Is he going to be attacking and mating my king in the center with these pawns and this piece and this rook? And, that's a lot of material to be attacking a king right in the middle of the board with no escape.
Yep.
So white says, you obviously want to play e5, so I won't let you. He plays rook e1. It's very good. But black says, I'll play queen d5 because I do still want to play e5. I will be very happy if you would let me play e5. And he's also threatening queen to b3 check, too. So, and the queen can't move off the 2nd rank or it'll scarf up that pawn on g2. So queen d5, centralizing the queen. And also, just pressure on the e-pawn, you could play d6 now and give another try for the rook to get over, shift over, maybe he doubles on the e or f file.
Yep.
Who knows? This game can go so many different ways. So white says, okay, take it on c file, but you can't double, so I'm going to trade rooks on the c file. That reduces your attacking chances. This is just very complicated to calculate because black does play queen d3 check. And white says, I'm just a cool dude, and I'm going to play king to e2.
Yep, back to e2.
Because now my rooks are connected. And if you take on the c file, I'll recapture. But doesn't this allow e5? Maybe not, because the f pawn would fall. But, it's so interesting. I have no idea. Because you can't take that f pawn. So I'm not sure if e5 can be played right now. Kind of looks like it could be.
Certainly, pawn d5 looks like a possibility as well.
d5 is what he played, but I'm wondering if instead
Yep.
e5 here is the move.
It could be.
Because he's threatening f3 check.
Yep.
I am thinking, if we go back and look at this position further, I am wondering whether d5 is a mistake. It looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
But why take the time to do that when you could play e5 looks so threatening to me.
Yep.
Because f3 is a real, I think, a real problem.
So you're thinking pawn e4 is a Jim move because it threatens pawn to f3.
Right.
Yep. And Balaji plays d5, which
I wonder if
prepares
we'll
it,
go
but
back later.
yeah, you're wondering if it even needed that.
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
I
It
don't
certainly
think
is
that-
imposing, that pawn cluster.
It sure does look
You
scary.
predicted it, many moves ago, the dangers of this pawn cluster moving down the center of the board, and it's intimidating as heck. Those 4 pawns like that, just slowly coming at you. And I mean, you can't ignore them. Your king wants to be over there in case it needs to blockade a pawn in the endgame, but in the other side of the coin, when you got so many pawns, that's like a piece. And that's, black already has dangerously placed pieces. They're very close to checkmating threats. It's very interesting.
So white takes the opportunity to take the rook.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I think he couldn't do that if white had played e5 immediately
Yep.
because of f3.
And then black captures back.
But possibly he could have. So that's worth further analysis.
And now,
So
yeah.
Rook c1 attacking the bishop again.
I'm really starting to like white's pieces better than black's pieces now. The rook on b8's not so wonderful.
Yes.
The
exactly.
queen on b3 is rather limited, especially after playing pawn d5.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to look back and say d5 was a mistake.
Yeah.
But right now, it's still a very and now the tide is turned to say that, yeah, those pawns in the center look scary, but, this is when my bishops are coming out. And, you can't give me another piece, can you? I'm not sure. I'm thinking no. Anyways, black returned the bishop to b6, which seems like a good move.
Sure.
But this next move is really good and kind of surprising to me because I was thinking rook c8 looks indicated, getting off more material, but bishop to c8 cuts the rook off from the game, threatens bishop to e6 at the appropriate time.
And the only reason bishop e6 is a threat is because d5 was played.
That's true too.
Sometimes these, we're noticing a pattern in some of these games. In the Leonid Udison one with the queen c5, in this one with the pawn d5, they're moves that look good at the time, but as you say, everything has a plus and a minus, and as play continues, the minuses seem to outweigh the pluses.
This is really still very interesting to me. Now, this next move, I would not have played. King h8.
Into the corner.
He obviously does not want that bishop to go to e6 and give check.
Yeah.
However, like you say, once it goes into the corner, it's vulnerable now. And white says, oh, okay, if you want to move your king, I'm going to move mine. And now all of these mating threats that with the storming of the pawns, they start to evaporate. But they're still present because that bishop on b6 can spring to life, if the d pawn can move to d3. So there's still a lot of combinative things, and f3 is still a possibility. E4 is still a possibility. I'm not sure exactly what black should do here, but I would think if e4 can play bishop takes e4, I think he can. So e4 is ruled out. And what about f3? f3 might not have so much punch to it, because he could just ignore it.
Yeah, the rook can't move over to the f-file.
Right. That bishop to c8 move is very impressive to me.
It really, really is. I mean, if I was just to look at this game, I would swear I was looking at a game where Alpha Zero was beating Stockfish, right? With a move like Bishop C8, right? This young generation of chess players are so impressive, so very impressive.
I'm not sure about black's move here. I think I would have gone for f3 anyway.
Yeah.
Queen to a4, I'm not
I
sure.
wonder, is the queen planning on going to e8? Is the idea to threaten to win the bishop? He's trying
That's certainly possible. You have the queen to b5 check, which is a possibility. I would guess he's thinking about redirecting the queen to the king side via e8.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a good thought on your part, Chris. Because queen h5 would say, okay, now I'm starting to scare you again. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm a little suspicious.
It needed, the queen needed to get on a diagonal where it could go back and do that. You know, zig back with the threat of the bishop, and then zag back to the king side. And again, the pawn to d5 blocked it off from being able to pivot. And yeah.
So now there's another very calm move in the face of the storm. He says, okay, you better play queen e8, otherwise I'm coming queen h5.
Mm-hmm.
So he does play queen e8. And White says, okay, now you're attacking my bishop, but I can defend it and activate my king and make you see imagine ghosts, if you're not seeing them, that are on your king side now. Whew.
Yeah, and now the bishop on c8 has potential to back out, and the rook could go to c8.
Yes, and that bishop is supported by the queen, so it could go to d7, and it could go to e6, it could go to f5. And so black is now says, okay, I'm just going to storm you. I'm going to open up the squares for the bishop now. And I just don't know if that's the right move.
Well, it unleashes the bishop.
That's good. That's the plus side. You know, it takes away the e2 square from the queen or the
Yep.
king. That's a plus.
But now there's no threat of queen b5 check anymore, so that's a negative, right?
Yes, that does take away the threat of the queen. But this next move by white, which is bishop to d7, which we were thinking was going to be
Was
played,
going to happen anyways, yeah.
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 It was going to take it away anyway.
Yeah.
But the D pawn is now getting dangerously close to the queen square, so that's scary. Just talking pure fear. I got to be worried about that. And queen e7 now guards the g7 pawn, so that e pawn is no longer pinned. So that's a good plus for that. But what on earth is... Ken White plays... I just have trouble with this. It's very calm, cool, calculated. He says, I'll just threaten that pawn.
Yep.
Really amazing.
And also, you know, the rook c8 is still playable because the queen. Yeah.
Rook c8. Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
It is.
And then black responds by playing rook to f8. Finally, the rook can get over. Remember, it was stuck because the bishop was on c8. It wanted to go to the f file. Didn't have access. It finally gets to the f file. So now there's, you know, a little bit more potential for those pawns moving forward again. E4, F3, all stuff.
I'm so impressed by how cool White has calculated everything. Because now it's rook c8.
Yep. This is amazing chess. This is just absolutely amazing chess. This is the second time, at least the second time this tournament, that I have to pick my jaw up off the floor while watching Josiah Stearman play. He is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is amazing chess. He is a dangerous, dangerous guy at the chessboard. We knew that already, but even knowing Josiah's potential, I'm still just shocked. Still just shocked, even knowing it. All right, so rook to c8.
I don't like this move, rook to d8.
Bishop d8 is what black plays.
Bishop to d8, sorry, yes. Bishop to d8 looks like, I'm not sure, maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not sure why e4 is in play here.
There could, let's see, so even if the exchange of rooks happens, the queen is still guarding g7 with the king.
All right.
Yeah. But bishop d8 is played.
Yeah, and I don't know why e4 was not. I think it was a better alternative because now you just give up that d pawn. Now you play e4, but you don't have that d pawn anymore, which was the scary thing.
Yep.
So he just returns to b5 and says, okay, what you got? So he plays f3, okay. And now this is another calm, cool, and collected move. He just plays bishop d4. He says, you know, you can't advance them. I've got these pieces that have now stopped your pawns.
That one bishop stops all the pawns. Yep.
And so that d pawn is now blockaded, can't move. Because of that bishop if that bishop was still on b6, the bishop couldn't go to d4. So I'm still not sure about that.
That bishop d8 move, for sure.
Yeah, and pawn takes pawn, check, looks good, but king takes g2. It's just another calm play.
Yeah.
It just says, like, you know, what do you got?
Double check, and it's king takes g2. Then queen to f7.
Well,
And you can't go to f2. You can't go to f1. Because the light bishops are guarding both of those. And the queen is guarding f3.
Right.
So it looks scarier than it actually is.
And this next move really emphasizes that. It's like, you know...
What are you going to do? Rook A8, yeah. And if Black didn't know already, now Balaji is acutely aware that this one has slipped away.
I think so.
Yeah, when your opponent can play a move like Rook A8, and you can't do anything useful. Yeah.
Okay, now E3 seems to be threatening.
Queen F2. Sure. Yeah.
Queen F2.
Well, I mean, it momentarily blocks the bishop's defense of F2.
Now he plays Rook takes A7. This is, again, just so coldly calculating.
Holy moly. He's saying, go ahead, play Queen F2, go try and checkmate my king. Because once you do that, then you aren't defending G7 anymore. My goodness. Did Black play Queen F2? He did. Balaji plays Queen F2. Which forces King H1. I mean, it's as close as you can get to checkmating without checkmating. But the pawn on E3 is pinned to the queen. And the bishop on B5 is defending F1. The queen's defending F3.
And you have 3 pieces on G7.
G7,
now,
which is pinned.
And I want to point out now that queen to E1 check looks fatal. But it isn't, because you can just simply play queen to G1.
Yep.
Because you can't play Rook F1 because the bishop on B5 covers that square.
Yep.
And so what do? You still got 3 pieces on G7. You can't. You're going to trade queens, and then look at that. You got 4 pawns for 3. That's not compensation for an extra piece. Any way you look at it, it's not. So I think White is winning.
I think so.
Won.
Yeah.
And I think that's been true for a while.
Yeah.
So bishop F6 is a good try. Bishop takes F6. Queen takes F6. I'm pretty sure that you would want to do that, because otherwise Rook takes Rook A8 check is uncomfortable.
Yep.
But the passed pawns are no longer so advanced that they're dangerous, because they can be blockaded. And then the extra piece just wins.
And then Josiah just plays Rook C7.
Rook C7, which is another just coolly devastating move.
I mean, Black does have Queen A1, right? But
Black throws Queen A1 check in.
Oh, they do, yeah. King has to go to G2. This is where, Josiah's showing his ability to just calculate far out with insane accuracy.
And the other thing to point out is that all you need is 1 square sometimes.
Yeah.
And you can escape a mating attack. But it has to be coldly calculated, which I'm very impressed by White being able to do that.
Bishop
so he throws
Bishop E2
Queen
blocks.
E2 check in.
And H6.
He plays Queen B2 check, Bishop to E2. Now isn't that pretty cool?
Yeah. The way White's pieces were doing double duties, they were attacking, but they were also perfectly defending as well. I mean, the White's pieces for the last 10 moves were just perfectly placed for both attack and defense.
Yeah.
And it had to be.
So now, you notice that rook f2 check is not viable because king just goes to g3. And then there's back rank mate threats.
Yep.
And so he tries to take away those back rank mate threats with h6. But then just cool, calm, collected, plays rook c8. Again, that's kind of in your face.
Then rook takes, yep. And
Rook
then
takes,
queen
takes
takes,
is
check.
You can go to h7,
But
then
then,
look at this.
and he didn't even use the bishop. Oh, because the bishop's pinned, of course. Yeah. See, I missed.
Queen f5.
Yeah. Queen f5. Yeah.
King h8, king f3.
Unpinning.
Because
And
he's going to play now. Say he played e5. You say fine. All right. Then you have. I'll defend the e pawn with d5 or d4 rather. Then you play queen f8 check, king h7. Then you play bishop d3 check.
yep.
Forces g6.
Yep.
And then you can play queen f7 check.
Yep.
And the beauty of this is if he goes back to h8, you don't capture on g6 right away. You play queen. Oh no, wait a minute.
Amazing.
Well, I think after king f3, it's clear.
White has many paths to.
Yes.
Yeah, many paths. And that was a just incredible display. Incredible display. It was a great chess game by both players. They both took risks. They created mega imbalances. And they created such mega imbalances. It was so that neither of them could know how it was going to come out, but they both had faith in their own play. That with so much imbalances and so much complexity, that they would be the one who would come out on top from sheer talent. And what ended up happening is Josiah Stearman played yet another classic. So in this round,
it was very, very well done because he showed you how to develop with threat, how to untangle his pieces with king d1, getting his bishop on f1 into the game, and then that opened up the rook on h1, which is totally out of the game, to get back into the game, and all of a sudden the advantage of the extra piece just wore black down. And black's pawns got picked off one by one.
This particular round, that game Raja Pinjwani versus Leonid Udison, incredible with the queen being trapped on c5, and now we get this the showcase from Josiah Stearman. Incredible, two of the best games that I've seen, and I go through databases late at night. I go check what's happening. Check all the chess servers, right? I'm watching. I have seen now 2 games played in San Jose, California, that I would put up against anything I'm seeing played anywhere else in the world right now.
But we have another round where all are decisive except for one game was a draw. This tournament is so exceptional for the fighting chess.
And I believe we have just one more game to finish up, right?
I think so, but my head is starting to hurt with all this analysis.
Yep, I understand.
So show me that game. Which game you want to look at?
All right, we will look at Milind Métis. Let me just double check my notes here. So we saw Raja defeat Leonid Udison. We saw Josiah defeat Balaji. Wow, just incredible stuff. Actually, was let me check. We did not see the end of. We have 2 games left. We didn't see the end of Millen Mady or Jin Chao versus Eric.
Okay.
So we'll go to Millen Mady versus Gabor Nagy. But we're going to take a break real fast. Let both Jim and I get up, breathe a few times, get some air back, get some energy. Yep, yep. So I'm going to go ahead and play the commercials, and I'll call you back when we're ready, Jim.
Okay, Chris. Thanks.
I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3:00 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need something for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE Futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players. My name is Chris Torres. I am joined by James Eade on the telephone. And we are giving you live coverage of the Mission 360 Bay Area Chess Grandmaster Norm Tournament #1. On the screen, you see the type of players we're talking about. We've got, 3 Grandmasters, 3 International Masters, and 3 FIDE Masters. This is a high-level tournament, and it's happening right now in the San Francisco Bay Area. In fact, in San Jose, California. We have 2 games left to finish up, and we're going to do that real fast right now. So let's get to Jim, thanks for joining us like all day today. This is some kind of record broadcast or something. It's one of my longer ones. I think my longest might be 10 hours something. I don't know, but
Wow.
this one is we have seen some fantastic chess today, huh, Jim?
I really agree with that. I've been very impressed. Some of the games have been puzzling for me. It's taken me a while to figure out who's actually better in several positions. And my opinion has changed more than once by moves that have been played that I didn't consider. Not that I considered and rejected them, I didn't consider them at all. So that's the kind of chess that just is very impressive to observe. Be an observer to watch it and to comment on those when they know what they're doing better than I do. And all I can do is tell you what I think. And that has been part of the learning experience for all of us, those that are just watching. But these guys that are playing really know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's amazing this generation of that's coming of age of chess players. Those of us who've been watching Scholastic Chess closely in Northern California, we knew the kind of talent these guys had, but now we're seeing it on full display. And who knows what heights they will reach. Let's take a look at, let me get the slideshow up, and we will go to one of our 2 remaining games, which is, where is it? There it is. Milan Métis versus Gabor Nagy. So let's take a look at this game.
Where did we leave off, Chris?
We left off on move 20 c6. Again, Milland is maybe 16 years old, I want to say. He's a junior in high school. And he already represented Northern California in, I believe, the Dinker tournament this last year. So, I mean,
It's a great tournament.
Yeah.
A great tournament.
Milland is just incredible. And his dad, his whole family is just so nice. I think I said it another day in the broadcast. They have always had the most positive mindset about chess, and that is why Milland has come as far as he has. Yeah, of course, he's supremely talented, but his dad doesn't put a ton of pressure on him, and Milland doesn't put a ton of pressure on himself. They walk around with infectious smiles and are just enjoyable people to be around always. All right, so 20 c6 is what we just saw.
C6 is a great break in this position. C7, C6 is an excellent move because it puts the question to the pawn on D5. White has been placing most of his the play around the pawn on D5 because it gave him a spatial advantage. But it doesn't look like he can hold it. Or if he does hold it, he's going to have to hold an isolated pawn. And if he gives up that pawn on D5, then a lot of his advantage is gone. Black has no pawn structural weaknesses. There's a little white square weakness around his king, but otherwise his king is safe. And he's got the advantage of the 2 bishops. If he can open up the position, the advantage would go to black. So I think the capture is the right move here. D takes c6. But I don't think white wanted to. But allowing the capture and the capture, that giving himself an isolated pawn that is already blockaded, I think that capturing on c6 is probably the lesser of two evils. And so bishop takes c6, and now the position has been clarified a little bit. And the idea here is clearer for black than it is for white. What is white going to do now? The knight on c3 can move to d5, but then again, you're going to exchange down to a position where you have an isolated pawn on d5. It's isolated and blockaded. It can become a long-term weakness. So, what is white's plan now? It's not clear to me what he's going to do. And white plays knight to d2. Now, this is interesting. He's probably going to try to shift the knight over to b3, where it could come in on either c5 or a5. Probably the target is a5, where he would hit the bishop on c6. And if he could take that bishop, then his problem of his problems would definitely go away. So, what is black's response to that? His response is, I just don't care about your knight if it goes to a5, because I'm going to reposition my bishop. Bishop e8 is a strong move, because the best diagonal, if that he's fighting on that e pawn on e4, which white can maintain, and so his prospects along that long diagonal are probably not that great. He can redirect it to the king side, where it can have more influence on the game. Bishop to f7 puts it on a diagonal that cuts across the center of the board all the way to white's queen side. It'd be very effective. So it's a good repositioning of the bishop. So white continues with his plan of knight to b3, and then bishop f7 is played. And bishop to f7 is now attacking the knight on b3. But it's also controlling the center squares in the center and around the center. So it's well positioned. Better position than it would be on d7 or c6. Very good repositioning of the bishop. So white continues with what was his plan, knight a5, but the bishop's no longer there. So what purpose is being served by that piece? It's not clear to me. And you've repositioned it from f3, where it seemed to be having a role to play in the game, to a5, where it's not clear to me that it's better positioned on a5 than it was on f3. So, I think how should I say this? It's kind of like the initiative is passed to black.
Mm-hmm.
And bishop to c7 is an excellent move, because now he's starting to double and isolate the queenside pawns, and he's also opening up the d file to trade rooks. And the closer you get to the ending, the more the advantage of the two bishops will become clearer. There's play on both sides of the board. The bishops can handle it better than the knight bishop can. So this is excellent play by black. And rook takes. Oh no, bishop takes. Interesting. Let me think about why he would do that.
That is, normally you would take back with your rook to grab the open file.
Well, I think the problem with that would have been knight takes b5. Because the bishop on c... Well, maybe not. The bishop on c7 would potentially be hanging. But he could play bishop takes knight.
Well, if rook does take on d8, then maybe that knight on a5 could go to b7 and just threaten the rook right away.
Mm-hmm. And reposition itself to c5.
Yeah.
Good point, Chris. Good point.
So that's that. So this is very clever. I mean, the taking back with the rook. I mean, that's the kind of move that 99.9% of people would just pre-move on the if they're playing online chess. And here Gabor says no. I don't want Millen's knight to go from a5, threaten my rook, and come back to c5, because then the knight is actually good for white. So he takes with the bishop. Wow.
So then your move knight to b7 is played, and it is a good move, trying to reposition to c5.
Yeah.
So black plays bishop b6 and says, well, if you go there, I'm going to give you an isolated pawn that I'm going to blockade. And that's not a good position to be in. It's a pawn structural weakness, which will show up and can be taken advantage of. So it's a very, very interesting, some good moves are being played here. After bishop to b6, the white says, okay, I'm going to take the open c file by clearing the knight out of the way, reposition it potentially to e3, possibly. It's not clear to me where that's going. So I would have to say that it's an interesting position. The rook has no squares to penetrate on that c file. So
it does not. Yeah, the 7th rank is guarded by the bishop. The 8th rank's guarded by the rook and knight. And even the 6th rank's guarded. So it may be on an open file, but it can't make use of it.
Right. And this move by black, rook a7, emphasizes that. Again, the rook has no squares to penetrate on.
Wow.
You're going to attack your knight. Where is your knight going to go? Now the knight can go to c5 because bishop takes knight, rook takes knight does not give you an isolated pawn. So this is a decision point for black. Rook a7, knight c5 is now okay. So what is black going to do? And black plays a very interesting move, which is not immediately clear to me, the purpose of it. But I think what he's doing is he had, with this pawn structure, which was h6, g7, f6, e5, I mentioned earlier, there were a lot of weak white squares around the king, was reposition the bishop to f7. So he's taking care of some of those white square weaknesses. g6 takes away the f5 and h5 squares, and you can move the king to g7 now. So this is a good, productive move. And since black it's questionable how black improves his game, or white improves his game. You've got plenty of time to do a good move like that. So knight to e5. It can't go to d5 now, which is where it wants to go, but it can't. But it's a good square for the knight. It's centralized, attacking center squares and squares around the center. So it's a good square for the knight. But now black is just saying, I'm just going to continue to improve my position because I don't think you can do anything that's productive, anything that scares me.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just taking this time. And this is interesting to me. White says, I got no squares on the queen side, on the c file, so let me try the d file.
And willingly giving the isolated pawn.
But he removes the protection on c5, so right away bishop takes c5, he captures it. But now the pawn takes c5 as the recapture, but now that pawn is isolated.
Both of them are, yeah. But especially,
yes, the a pawn is isolated, the c pawn is isolated, but the c pawn is isolated on a half-open file, which means that it can be attacked from the front, and the knight on e7 can blockade it on c6. So the question in my mind is, it seems pretty clear that black is better now. And rook c7 says, okay, that's an isolated pawn, I'm going to attack it. You're going to have to defend it, aren't you? He says, no, I can counterattack by playing and threatening your a pawn. And so white says, well, that's true. So let's look at this position. Okay, now both pawns have been taken, the c pawn and the a pawn. Now, has black improved this position of white? The question in my mind is that which rook is more active, which rook is more powerful? Because when you get down to these types of endings, the mobility of the rooks take premium. They are more important than just about anything else. So the question remains, which rook is better? And my answer right now would be that Black's rook on the C file with the threat of back rank checks.
Yep.
These types of things are very, very difficult for me to find the correct answer. However, I would stick by my assessment that so far I would prefer Black in this position than White. But there's more chess to be played. So after rook takes a6, what would you play, Chris?
Well, I mean, you got the check you need to look at. You know, if you're looking at checks, captures, threats, you got rook c1. And that forces one of White's pieces, either the bishop or the knight, to be pinned. So the rook, improves, and one of White's pieces loses value, and then maybe f5 afterwards, because especially if the knight goes back to be pinned, then that opens the door for f5.
It does, but the problem with that is that once you move the rook, b pawn is hanging.
Ah, yes.
So you're thinking of f5 is right, but you don't want to remove the defender right away.
Yeah, we don't want to give White, and if you're Black, you don't want to give White an outside pass pawn.
Right.
That would be a mistake, a really sad mistake to make at this point in the game.
So f5 is played immediately.
Interesting. Okay, so f5 is played immediately, keeping the defense on b5. Very important. And then rook a5.
Now rook a5 may be a mistake. He's threatening to take the pawn on b5.
Mm-hmm.
He's threatening to play a4. And there's a lot of things that are in the air right now, but it's not clear to me that rook a5 was the right move because of a couple of considerations. One is that the knight on e3 can be attacked by the pawn moving from f5 to f4. So it's not a secure defender of the f1 square. And so maybe the knight has to move to f1 rather than the bishop in the face of what Black plays, rook to c1 checked. So he does play knight f1 because of f4, otherwise would be very, very uncomfortable. And
so it's very similar to what we were discussing. The big difference is now White's rook is already on a5. Is that advantageous to White?
Well, it is if he can take the b pawn, and it isn't if he cannot.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, can he take the b pawn?
Well, Black could play bishop c4.
Exactly. But what does Black play here? He plays instead knight c6. He's emphasizing.
Ooh, nice.
It's very nice. He's emphasizing the fact that, holy smokes, man, you have to move the rook. Where are you going to move it?
Are you going to take the pawn with the rook?
If you take the pawn with the rook,
then knight d4 fork. Took me a moment to
rook
see that.
takes.
Yeah, rook takes and then knight d4, forking the bishop and rook, right?
And
then
so
rook,
the rook can defend the bishop by rook b2, but these are forced moves now.
Yeah.
And look at what happens. These are all forced moves. Knight takes e2.
Uh-huh.
Rook takes e2. These are all forced. Once you take that b pawn, and now bishop c4, what are you going to do?
Rook takes, knight d4, rook b2, and then knight takes e2 check. Rook takes, all forced as you were saying. And now the big problem is bishop c4. for. Wow.
So the bottom line is White did not have time to take that B pawn, but the knight to D4 was going to be crushing anyways.
Yeah, that ended very quickly though.
And you had to see that the knight to C6, knight D4 maneuver was going to be the crusher, which I didn't see right away. I was thinking of how do you defend or counterattack, or but the more I thought about it, once he played knight C6, I said, man, White might be busted here.
Yep, another fine example of very instructive chess from this tournament being played right here in Northern California. The Mission 360 Bay Area Chess Grandmaster Norm Tournament. Incredible stuff. Let's go look at the final game.
Okay.
And that is Zhen Xiao Zhao, all the way from China. And really, I mean, that's a very vague thing. I should find out what city in China. I mean, it's a big country, right? But he's all the way from China in the United States. I mean, these things are not easy to do. Long time ago, you brought a nice young lady all the way from China to a tournament in San Francisco, didn't you, Jim?
Yes, she was the then world women's champion.
Yeah.
Zhejun from China.
Yeah.
And, she spoke Mandarin, and the only Chinese speaker that I had spoke Cantonese. So that was one of my mistakes.
Yeah, little faux pas.
that I can own up to now.
Yeah.
It was, but I thought I was having someone that could talk her native language, but of course, Mandarin and Cantonese are completely different languages.
Yep.
So I did not do what I should have done, which is find out more information. And but anyways, it was a very interesting process getting her over here, because I had written to the Chinese Chess Federation, and they didn't reply. And so I called them, and they said, yes, we received your letter, and we're studying it. And so let another week or two go by, and then I wrote another letter, and I called them again, and they said they're still studying it. So what I did was I got a Chinese speaker who I worked with, who was very, very good at what he did and spoke fluent Mandarin. And so I asked him to write the letter in Mandarin for me, and he did. And he said, by the way, I'm going to Beijing. And so I said, would you take the letter to this address, to the Chinese Chess Federation? He said, sure. And he did. So he hand delivered a letter in their language. And after that, they gave the okay. So it was quite a learning experience for me.
Yep.
And getting the women's world champion was quite a coup. I also had Sophia Polgar, one of the middle of the Polgar sisters, playing in that tournament. So the women, older players like Korchnoi and Golko, younger players like Maurice Ashley, Josh Waitskin. So it was a fantastic tournament.
Maurice Ashley, everybody knows he's the first African-American Grandmaster, and did the broadcast, the official on NBC for the World Championship match. I mean, he's super, super famous now, but he wasn't a Grandmaster then. He was working. Yeah, he was working toward it. And then Viktor Korchnoi, another storied, historic chess player who's been there and done that, a veteran, just top level, top notch chess player. And what was the other one you mentioned? Josh Whiteskin. Yeah, searching for Bobby Fischer, Josh Whiteskin. The guy who defeated Fun Master Mike from ChessKid.com in the New York Scholastic tournament when they were kids, his rival. And
I got a lot of time to spend with his dad, Fred Whiteskin, who's a famous author.
Who wrote, Searching for Bobby Fischer. Fred Whiteskin wrote it.
Right.
And
so that was one of the benefits of organizing that tournament, was I got to meet a lot of people that I respected. Courts, Frank Gogol, guys like that, John Nunn from England,
Yeah.
Robert Schumer from Germany. But I also got to hang out with the younger people's like parents, and so I got to meet the patriarch of the Polgar family. It's all part of the benefits of organizing the tournaments. But as these Mission 360 guys have learned, there's a lot going into it. It's very hard work putting together a tournament like this.
Yeah.
So I just tip of my hat to them. What a marvelous job of organizing this tournament.
Yeah, the state of chess in Northern California has never been better. I mean, just a couple weeks ago, Jim, we saw a few hundred kids playing in a K-5 section, biggest K-5 ever, and I have no reason to doubt that the K-8's going to be the biggest one ever. We're seeing tournaments played regularly all over the place. Bay Area Chess is running rated tournaments, of course. Mechanics is running rated tournaments. The Colty Club's back up and running. So, just strong tournament players have places to go and clubs to play in, regular rated chess, and top-level chess. We've never had so many norm tournaments in such a short span that I'm aware of. This is just incredible. It's incredible what is happening in Northern California, in our own backyard right now. Yep.
And Tom Langland, president of the California Chess, which is the official state affiliate of the United States Chess Federation, and he's also the tournament director of this. So
yeah, he does. I bump into Tom all over the place. If he's not running a tournament, he's doing something else. If it's not there, I mean, even the Correspondence Chess Working Group we were doing with the U.S. Chess Federation, trying fixed correspondence chess, which badly needed some fixing after Alex Dunn sadly had a stroke.
Yes.
Boom, there.
Alex Dunn had done a great job for many years.
Yeah,
and it's hard to replace him.
Then there's Tom, right? Boom, he's right there in the Correspondence Chess Working Group. So, I mean, the guy is crazy busy. We keep running into each other. And you and I keep running into each other, Jim.
Yeah. But the other thing is, just as the players have to be there, but sometimes their games will end earlier and they can leave, Tom can't.
Yeah.
He's got to stick around because he's the director.
Amazing.
He's got to be there from start to finish.
And for a while I suspected he must have like a hidden bed somewhere at these tournaments and just go take a nap for a couple hours. No, he doesn't. I've poked around. It doesn't. Yeah.
Pounding down the Red Bulls or something.
It's something. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah. And it used to be, more of a family affair because he had Jordan and Steele. Also, his two sons were national tournament directors. So, it was like and his wife would be there helping. And now his sons are in college. And he's still doing it. Yeah, he's still, yeah, it's amazing. Let's take a look at our last game, Jim. Jin Chao Zhao versus Eric Lee, and we are on move 27, Queen C2.
Queen C2.
Yeah, so we were near, we were further along in this one, and let's see what happens. Remind us what we were talking about last time we were here. Do you remember?
Yes, I vaguely remember talking about Queen C2 is a good move. It came from E4 to C2. Mm-hmm. And it was a good move because the A pawn is hard for black to defend without getting past it. So queen takes A6 was something to worry about. But the queen on C2 would take the rook on D1. So that's out. So what does white do about that threat? The queen can't move off the D file, so where does it go? It goes to D2. And D2, now, I should reset the position that white is a clear, healthy pawn up.
Yep.
So white is trying to win this game. Black is trying to draw it. At this stage, you talk about we really want to win. Black, you have objective about the position. And the objective goal for black now is to just get a draw any way you can, because you're clearly a pawn down, a healthy pawn. So you do not have the better position. You do not have the better game by any judgment call. It's not. It's clearly a better game for white at this point. So black is trying to draw, and now you got to ask yourself, well, what kind of ending gives me the best drawing chances? And is it a queen? Are the queens on the board or off the board? Give me a better chance. And so black's next move tells us his thinking. Rook c8. He says, well, if you play queen takes, I'll play rook takes. I'll transpose into a rook and bishop versus rook and knight ending, and my rook will be on the 7th, where it's most mobile, most powerful, and gives me drawing chances. Because the A pawn can't move because it's supporting the B pawn, which the bishop is attacking.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't seem to be in white's best interest to capture on c2.
Yeah.
Because that would transpose into an ending that would probably be good for black, drawing chances. So, and I got some back rank issues here.
You do.
And so I don't want to, his rook on c7 and my rook unable to get off the 8th rank, so I create some luft. The German word luft means I give it a little air to my king. So the king can go to h2 now. There's no more back rank possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Back rank. So it's a handy move to play. And it takes away any bishop to g4 pin on the knight. All of that stuff is no longer work. You don't have to worry about it. So it's a good move. So this move, queen g8, has 2 points. One is its potential to take on h3 now because the g pawn is pinned.
Yeah.
There's a potential to play rook c2, getting the 7th rank anyways.
Wow.
So this is a good move, but it runs into knight e5. Ouch. Because now knight e5, the knight is well positioned there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have time for rook c2 because your queen would be hanging. So you could play the queen back to c2, but that's not what you want because you want the rook to go to c2. So what do? The knight is really well placed in the center of the board. It's most powerful in the center. And so I play queen e4. Black plays queen e4 to put the question to the knight. And it says, I take you if you just do nothing. And I still in my pocket hold this rook to c2 threat. So I'm kind of liking my chances. Maybe I can even start thinking, can I win this? Holy smokes. I don't know. So black plays knight to d3. And you say, well, why is he playing knight to d3? He doesn't want the rook to go to c2. It's clean and simple. I've got to protect my knight. I've got to stop rook c2. The move accomplishes both. Now, this is interesting to me because black plays bishop to f5. But the thing that I thought of first was bishop to d5. It's a more powerful square.
Mm-hmm.
f5 is a good square. e5 is a better square. Puts it on the long diagonal. Threatens mate. Not that white is going to overlook mate, but it's, seems to be a better move to me than bishop to f5. But the idea behind bishop to f5 is consistent because we're wanting, if we're allowed to, if the knight moves, because it's under double attack now, to get my rook to c2. If I can get my rook to c2, my drawing chances go way up. And I says that's true, but there's another way for me to prevent your rook from going to c2, and that's knight b4. But hey, is that something that I need to worry about? And I'm wondering now why a5 wasn't played. I'm trying to think, why would I not play a5 as a player?
Remove the guard, right?
Yes.
Get rid of that knight. seems legit, but
Yeah.
it wasn't played, huh?
No, it wasn't played, and it's a position we would go back and ask
Eric.
someone stronger
Yeah.
than me, why not?
Or
'Cause
Eric, yeah.
I would have to play knight d3 again.
Uh-huh.
Seems to walk into rook e8.
Yep. So a5, knight d3.
Unless
rook
I
E.
see a5, knight d5.
Oh, yes. And then what's the knight doing from d5?
Well, if rook c2, then I could play queen takes a5. Threatening knight to e5 check.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So
That
I think
is
knight e5.
that is a good reason not to play pawn a5. Hard to see at first.
Took me a minute to think.
Yeah. Well, you've been thinking hard for a long time, Jim. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. These guys are thinking hard for a long time, and they got to do it twice in this day.
Yeah.
They only have to do it once.
Yep.
So king a7 looks like a good move because then knight d5, knight e7 check is not involved
Yep.
anymore. So maybe he's preparing e5, rook c2.
But now it's white's turn. Yeah, it's not forcing.
Right. So he plays queen d5, and he says, okay, my knight still guarding c2, can't go there. And if you take my knight on b4, I'll take your bishop on f5, and it'll check your king and take you next on rook c8. The rook on c8 is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
So black can't play king takes b4.
Because queen takes b4, and then queen takes bishop check, forking king and rook. Yep.
Right.
Very
And
nice.
does this force the trade of queens? Well, black doesn't want to trade queens.
Can black
in
play
this
queen
position.
f4?
He plays queen f4.
Oh, that's what he plays too. Okay, good.
Yeah, queen f4 because it covers the h2 square. So if the rook lifts, say rook to d1,
Uh-huh.
rook to d4, then rook c1 checked by black would be devastating. Potentially devastating anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you could end up taking that knight on b4. And that would be game over. Black wins.
So now white needs to do something about their knight, right?
Yeah, and so he goes back to d3, but this time he's attacking the queen. And would you want to trade the knight for the bishop? Probably, yes. And so black would probably be discouraged from taking on d3.
Mm-hmm.
So then he's got to move his queen again. Ouch. So he moves it to g5. Seems okay.
Threatening bishop h3 again, right?
Correct.
Actually, yeah. No, it's not really, is it? Because bishop takes h3, then queen takes...
g5.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, why can't white play queen takes f7 right now? And probably the answer is bishop to h3.
Yep, uh-huh.
So that's set up anyways. And now white plays a move that is potentially loosening the king's safety with g4. But what is he doing? He's saying, I'm going to force a trade of queens. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm getting the queens off the board. Very, very interesting and good move. So he does play bishop to e6, which does allow white to get the queens off, and now he's happier. He's closer to the win he wanted. And h takes g5 is forced. Now he plays a good move, rook c1.
Trading while you're ahead. Trading while you got two pawns in the A and B file versus 1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The more, if you have more pawns, trade pieces. Have more pieces. You know, you want to trade pieces, and it's like you want to. I kind of butchered that, but the idea is that the pawn. The closer you get to king and pawn ending, if you're a pawn up,
Yeah.
the easier your game becomes to win. And we all want to make our lives a little bit easier.
Yeah.
And so trading material when you're a pawn ahead is the idea.
Yeah.
And the counter, which I messed up a little bit there, is if you're behind in a pawn, you want to trade pawns, because the more pawns you can eliminate, the closer you can get to a position where you can sack the piece for the remaining pawn and draw the game that way. It's sufficient mating material.
Yep.
So, you know, trading pawns if you're down, and trading pieces if you're ahead. This is the general rule of thumb strategy. So he says, no, I don't want to do that, so I'll attack your knight. What are you going to do? He says, all right, I'll attack your bishop. Whoa, what's going on here? Because I can now finally get the 7th. Rook to d2 puts the rook where he wanted to all along. So white has calculated all of this. So he plays knight takes bishop. It forces the recapture. There's no real alternative. And he says, okay, you got there. I'm going to play a4 though. And so black plays rook d3. He says, okay, I'm going to win one pawn back. I'm going to win the b pawn or the h pawn.
Yep.
And he says, white says, why don't you take the h pawn? Really smart.
Yep.
So now he plays rook to b3. And this is a really strong move here by white, because you don't want to have your rook get passive defending. So he attacks. So you take on d4, I'll take on e6. Now I have a protected pass. I have a pass pawn. And sometimes, even if the pawns are equal, a pass pawn can mean the difference.
Yep.
Now this is just a plus pawn that is also passed. And now, Chris, what do you want? Where do you want to put the rooks when you have the pass? When there's a question.
Rooks belong behind pass pawns, regardless of whose they are.
That's right.
Yep.
Now he says, I got this pawn on e6. I don't want to let that go. So I'll play e5 first. And so it says, well, pass pawns are meant to be pushed. All right. So he plays rook a4. Gets the rook behind the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the rook moves off of the 6th rank, he can take that pass pawn, and it's no longer a burden. And 3-on-2 pawn majorities on the king side in rook and pawn endings are very difficult to win. So he really, really wants to keep that a pawn. But how's he going to make progress? Well, he says, one thing I can do is play my rook to a8 and maybe push that pawn to a7. Kind of make you miserable.
The closer it gets, the more kind of interesting tactics you might get.
Right.
Yeah.
So he plays rook to a3. It's kind of a fake. You know, can I take h pawn and then get back to the a file? And at least I've gotten rid of one of your pawns. White just says, I'm just going to move my king up anyways. So, but he says e4. Maybe I can trade pawns, because he's trying to trade pawns. If you can get it just to the rook pawn, then king and rook pawn and rook versus king and rook is a notoriously drawn position.
Mm-hmm.
But he's saying, I'll give up everything to get to just that. And he says, okay, but a6, now I'm going to play 7, and you're going to be in a world of hurt. So he plays rook to a2, and it's not a very thinly veiled threat of e3. So white plays king f1. Play e3, I'll just take it now. And black says, okay, I better activate my king. And he says, okay, I'll go ahead with a7. Because you don't want to play king f6, for example, because then rook f8 check and pawn moves to a8 and queens. So the king cannot go along on the 6th rank. He can only maneuver on the 7th. But this still looks like black has serious drawing chances, doesn't he? And he says, well, I can't improve my position any more than I have. So what do you got, white? What are you going to do? He says, okay, I'll move my king over. Because I'm going to attack your king all the way to b1. So if you ever play rook takes f2, I will play rook to h8 check.
Yep.
King takes, and the pawn queens with check. And I will win the queen versus rook ending. So he says, okay, all right, but you can't check me if I'm on g6. And he says, all right, that's okay. I don't mind. Go ahead and take my f1. Because I will queen and I will win. And he says, all right, you're right. I'll have to just mark time until you get to b1. Okay, now he's on b1. Now what do I do? Rook to a3? Okay. King to b2. Rook to a4? Okay. King to b3? Okay. Rook to a1. He says, I don't care. King c4 now.
Aha.
Rook to a4 check. King to c5. What about king f7 now? Oh, king to b6. Now the king is protecting the pawn. So the rook can move. So now the rook's mobility is improved. But I'll check you. King a5. Uh-oh. I'm getting to be in trouble here. So I'll attack your f pawn. But it's really kind of a feint, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because rook d8, what are you going to do? I'm going to queen. I'll check you there. King to b6. Oh my gosh. You're protecting the pawn. Well, I'll check you. Can I check you forever? No. King doesn't have to protect the pawn anymore. Because the pawn, if attacked by the rook, will simply queen.
Yep.
Oh, gosh. Well, I'll check you again. What are you going to... Oh. King to b4. This is a very illustrative game for this particular ending. With a passed pawn on the outside on the rook file, this is the way to win.
And it's so nice that Eric continued playing. So we get to see that. It's so useful because in a lot of games that are high level, the players know that they're going to lose and they'll resign, and you don't get to see why. It's like when a golfer decides, oh, I could sink that putt, and they just pick up their ball and put it in their pocket. Could they sink the putt? Yeah, you know.
It's a gimme.
It's a gimme.
This is a matter of technique. And since grandmasters normally know this technique, they, in the position, like you were just saying, Chris, they would resign.
Uh-huh.
Look, Eric played on because why not?
Sure.
So he checks again, and here's the question now. Uh-oh. I'm running out of checks. What can I do? There's nothing I can do to prevent that pawn from queening. And now he resigns.
Yep. But he played it far enough.
This is the way to know how to win this ending. When the pawn is on a7 and the rook is on a8, defending it, the rook has no scope. But if the king goes to the 6th rank, the rook can check it and then queen. So that's always in the air. Black king, the defending king, can never go to the 3rd or 6th rank. It must stay on the 7th or 2nd. And then you bring your king up to protect the pawn, which frees the rook up to move. Now, the ideal defensive strategy is to have your rook all the way as far away from the king as possible and keep checking it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Eric's technique might need a little work because he got his rook too close to the king. And he might have been better off staying as far away from the king as possible. But even then, it is possible for the king to make progress. And, there's always the alternative approach, which would be to play to the king to d4 and then take the e4 pawn. Because, black can't protect everything.
Yep.
And it's another way of looking at the game that, he tried to keep the king pinned to the first rank, but the king moved all the way to b1 and said, you have to stay on the a file, otherwise I'll queen. So the rook had to give up, and then the king could get to the second rank, and then the third, and then the fourth. So this is the way to make progress. And it was very, very well played by white. Because this is the drawing chances were there for black. And white had to play very exactly in order to exploit the advantage that he had. But most masters know that they have this position won.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a question of technique, which white demonstrated. So another wonderful win by a very strong player. And he's got what now? 5 out of 6?
Yeah, incredible. And remember that Eric Lee maybe could have had a draw by repetition, but moved his queen out of maybe its best spot and avoided the draw by repetition early on in that game. But Eric is playing for wins.
Yeah.
Even against famed Chinese grandmasters, he's playing for wins. And Eric's a young guy, 14, 15 years old. He's going to work on his technique and learn a lot from all of these experiences. Just as everybody here has learned so much from you today, James. Thank you so much for giving us your time. I want to remind people, I've brought up the broadcast schedule. So round 7, that's in about, it starts in 15 minutes. 4 p.m., David Pruis. You can go to his Twitch, D Pruis, or you can go to dailychessmusings.com and click the link you see right here. And go watch David do that. And then David Pruis is going to do round 8, which is tomorrow at 10 a.m. as well. So David's going to do 2 rounds in a row, 7 and 8. And then the final round where I'm thinking we might see a new grandmaster earn, a grandmaster, an international master get their final grandmaster norm. So we might see some title changes. Very, very climactic finish to such an exciting chess tournament. And that is going to be on the Eid Foundation's YouTube channel. Jim's going to make an event for March 29th, 4 p.m. on his channel. And I'll share that event, the YouTube link from that, in a blog post later this evening, so that everybody who comes to my blog clicks over there. And you don't have to wait for the broadcast to like and subscribe to the Eid channel. You should do it as soon as possible. Get it done and turn on the notifications. That way, when Jim goes live, you get notified, right? Turn on the notifications. So like and subscribe to the Eid Foundation. I'm going to click the link right now, show you what it looks like. Here's the Eid Foundation's YouTube channel. Up to 212 subscribers with only 70-something videos. Incredible pace of growth, and with good reason. It is really well done content. So go there. It says I'm already subscribed. Do you see that? You see that? I'm already subscribed. You should be as well. Let me get back to the Here we are. There's Jim above me. It's the photo from our Skype. He's on the phone. Jim, thank you so much for everything once again, and I look forward to watching you Tuesday evening.
Very good, Chris. Thank you for all that you're doing to support this tournament. All you've done to help me promote my foundation. Everything you're doing is appreciated. And I look forward to working with you again in the future.
Super. All right. So long, everybody. Don't forget to follow, hit the like, subscribe buttons, and go get subscribed to Jim's page. Remember, David Pruis, 4 p.m. today, 12 minutes from now. You can watch a whole nother round. It's like a double header. All right.
All right. Bye, Chris.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.